back to Final Fantasy III. Now, I do only remember bits and pieces of what happened last time because it has been an interesting week, to say the least. But, long story short, Luneth here fell in a hole, discovered a floating magical crystal that spoke to him, then ended up uniting with Ark to go to a cursed town where they met Raphia, the daughter of the town's blacksmith, who was one of the few people not cursed because she happened to be out of town at the time. We helped solve that whole case, and as a direct result of that, we ended up meeting Ingus, who was a warrior in the service of the local king. He has since opted to join us, considering he was also chosen by the very same crystal that chose Luneth. Now, after that, we ended up picking up this gentleman that is following us around, Desh. He's a man with no memories, who only knows that he has a singular purpose he needs to fulfill. Doesn't know what that purpose is, he just knows he has a purpose he needs to fulfill. During the course of that adventure, he took care of a ancient sea serpent problem that had arisen due to just the various issues this world's dealing with because of darkness encroaching upon the land, something magic nonsense. Along the way through there, we had to learn how to make ourselves small via the use of the mini spell that you can see multiple of us are carrying currently. It was a whole ordeal. Along the way, we actually had our first party wipe because of the fact that you are limited down to 1 defense and 1 attack while minified. So it was a issue. But as a result of dealing with the sea serpent problem, we were given this ship by the Vikings who told us about the sea serpent problem. From then, we sailed over to here, and we have no real idea what we're supposed to be doing. So we're gonna have a conversation with Desh here for a little bit, while I try to figure out what I'm doing. We did it! We've got our own ship! Now we can go to exotic ports and meet even more exotic women! What? I can't believe you! I knew I was right when I told Selena to forget about you. Hey, I was just kidding. Yeesh, talk about touchy. Yeah, Desh is a bit of a piece of work. Looks like he's having a talk with everybody, bit by bit. Okay, we had this conversation last time, so we'll skim over that. That was another thing that did happen along our adventure, is Sid gave us an airship, and we promptly crashed it into a rock to get it out of the way, at his suggestion, destroying the airship completely. Yep, that conversation again. When I was booting things up, I did have him have another conversation that I'm trying to get to have happen right now. And it's not happening. Because he mentioned something that might actually be useful. Why are you only talking to Raphia? Talk to someone else, Dash. Damn you. I know you're after women and women and women, but god damn it, man. Talk to someone else. There we go. I heard a rumor that the sightless Gulgans make their home in a hidden valley. Even though they're blind, rumor has it that they can see into the future. Truly? These Gulgans are diviners. I'm not sure if such powers are a boon or a curse. That's the piece that I wanted. It's the piece about the Gulgans who can see the future that live in a hidden valley. And I don't think there's any ranch to be had there. But I think it may very well be this valley up here, is why I wanted to have that conversation. But does he talk to anybody else? He's talked to Ark and Luneth together, and he's talked to Raphia, and he's talked to Ingus. I kind of wanted to see if he would talk to either Ark or Luneth by themselves to have another conversation, but it looks like the only conversation they have is just this one. which we did find Castle Argus last time, and the castle was empty. So that was a whole thing. Let's walk around up in this valley and see if we can find something. I didn't expect to find this so quickly. This is also not what I expected to find. These woods are blessed with life. Good for you. We are fairies, keepers of these woods. Alright. The wizard Hein of Castle Argus is the one who put the curse on the Elder Tree. Uh-huh. So the wizard of the castle that has no one in it anymore put a curse on a tree. The Elder Tree was carved into the shape of a castle and wanders the desert aimlessly. You must help the Elder. That's the castle that's flying around the desert, then. Hein changes his weak point when he uses Barrier Shift. Okay. Keep that in mind. The wizard who took the Elder can change his weak point at will. You will need to be able to analyze him in order to defeat him. Or just kind of throw things at him and hope for the best. If the Elder Tree does not return soon, these woods will wither and die. That's bad news. The trees are weeping. They weep for the missing Elder Tree, a tree that has lived for 10,000 years. The wizard came and put a curse on the Elder, then took him away. So I'm going to assume that the wizard also has the people from the castle in the tree castle, probably. That seems like a likely situation. Now, we have a problem, though. Castle's flying. So how do we get to a flying castle? We can't very well rely on King Argus to give us the parts for an airship, because assuming he's on the flying castle, you kind of problem with the order of operations there, you know? Be a little bit of an issue. Now, of course, you know, there's no guarantee that that's the case. I'm just making assumptions right now on based on the information we have. No guarantee I'm wrong either, but there's no guarantee I'm right. What that does mean for us, though, is that at the very least, I'm on the right track. Get us into a bit of a warm-up fight here. Because we've got a warrior, a thief, a red mage, and a black mage. So we've got a good amount of options at our disposal. I meant to look up what Advance did, and I forgot. It's still funny watching the weapons just kind of pop into existence. Failed to steal. Oh, he lived through that, huh? That's upsetting. Oh, right. I forgot to turn the flashing light warning on. You know I forgot something today. I always forget something. There we go. Okay, yeah, that screen's black right now. I saw the blacked out feed and I was like, oh god, did something break? But no, it's supposed to be blank right now. Yeah, everybody other than Ingus is dual wielding right now because I saw no reason not to be dual wielding. Because they just do so much more when they're doing that in terms of clearing the field, so you know, may as well. Yay! Double level up, double level up, and regular level up. Let's go. Refia is going to be forever ahead a bit because she was one of the few that survived every encounter. Somehow. It still makes me laugh that she's just like a hair ahead when I've got her being the mate. Oh wait, no, she's actually behind. Right, but she left the party for a few encounters because she had went back to work with her father before finally realizing to come with us because destiny kind of beats familial obligation. do have a fair amount of potions, so let's just top up right quick. There we go. I had stocked up ridiculously on potions for the Sea Serpent Cave because we had so many problems there, and then we flew through smooth as butter, and I'm still gonna be thinking about that. I also still didn't look at what job levels actually do in this game at all, or any of that. We're just kind of vibing. We did not get very far at all. These seem more concerning. Griffins. Oh, same as usual though, stab him to death. Oh. Thanks, Dash. That's actually gonna be useful because these are new and I'm scared of them. That was over 400 damage, apparently. I'm no longer scared of these. They apparently are very fragile. If even a mage swinging a pair of sticks at them can do over 100 damage, I am not scared of them the slightest. They probably do awful things. Yeah, see, I can't actually get there. That's the tree, I presume, flying around that was mentioned. But we cannot access it. So we need to find a way to access it then. Which that's going to be a fun question. Don't care. Twitch had popped up a thing about a whole celebration of IRL streaming thing, and I'm like, yep, I don't care. Honestly, IRL streamers have caused so many problems that I would rather they didn't celebrate that behavior. But that's just me. Oh, there's a town here. This'll probably be where we get everything we're gonna need then. We just didn't happen to walk far enough over to see this before. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. And away. Fast for an old one, aren't you? No, go away. I have nothing you want. I have a feeling Tokel's been having a bit of a rough go of it. If their first reaction to strangers is to run screaming away. Far to the west, across the desert, is a village. A village of people who claim to be descendants of the ancients. Good to know. You want to know about the crystals? Maybe someone in the village of the ancients to the west knows something about them. Sounds good, Tara. Hopefully you're doing well. There'll be a demon in the sands to the west. I've seen it! A tree! A giant tree that moves! Yeah, we know about that. That used to be the great tree, and now it's a great mess. Oh, hey, somebody who isn't old. This is the abode of the Elder of Tokel. Please, you must speak with him. So you're the strangers. I'm the Elder of Tokel. You must have heard by now that the soldiers plaguing our town. They pillaged our village. They suddenly appeared after the earthquake from the desert to the west. They took our grain, our water, our pixels for our text, and our able-bodied townsfolk. You've seen the result of their attacks. There's nothing we can do. Well, so here's the timeline of events then. Earthquake. Wizard decides to take tree, fly it off into the air. For reasons I'm sure we'll figure out when we go confront the wizard. Starts using his flying tree fortress to attack the local towns. Interesting. That means he's either converted the king to his side, or is using the king as a bargaining chip to make the soldiers work for him. Those are the two likely outcomes. There's a hidden stairway inside the fireplace. We've stored weapons in the basement, but none of us are strong enough to use them. Please, take them. Take the weapons and save our town. Thank you. I kind of wondered why this fireplace was big enough for people to fit in. We got a serpent sword, which we already have one of, And a Kenpo-gi. Sweet. Didn't mean to talk to Dash, but I guess we're gonna talk to him. Those soldiers have made a real mess of this town, that's for sure. Soldiers' attacks began after the earthquake. Maybe the two are connected somehow. Oh, actually, you know what? The tree lifting off might have been the earthquake. I feel like quakes were mentioned elsewhere too, though, is why I didn't just immediately assume that. There we go. Ark has twin serpent swords now. And you probably would be one of the ones... Oh, no. Oh, you know, probably only a monk can wear the gi, huh? That would make sense. Well, guess we're not making use of that then, because we do have access to the monk job. I just didn't make anybody a monk. So I may turn Lunith into a monk, based on that information. Because we do have that nifty spark dagger as well. That deals lightning damage. But something that is a mild concern is what if, since the wizard can change his weak point at will, what if he makes himself immune to lightning? Then all of our attacks will be for naught aside from Refia's magic. Now we do have the fire staff, but also that's also attached to Refia. That could easily become a problem. Ooh. And we've also now found fancy knuckles for a monk to use, just in that barrel. Huh. 28 attack. And that is 20 armor. That's twice as much as the mithril armor. Problem is, I would lose my ability to steal. Now, that said, the only things I've managed to steal so far have been potions. Free potions are useful. But maybe I do make you a monk. We'll try it out. It's just two medals to job adjust anyway. And we do have those bronze knuckles still. So, Sonic Knuckles, Bronze Knuckles. Can't wear anything on your head, wear the gi, and wear the gloves. 23 defense. That's second best, so yeah, that is pretty good. Pretty much carried specifically by the gi, but that's fine. That's why those have more defense than most chest armors, I would assume, is to make up for the fact that monks can't wear head armor. I would ask if there's shops in this town. Oh. Great bow, okay. But considering this place has been ravaged and most buildings are shut up, I feel like it's not gonna lead to much. Apparently they just left some Bacchus cider laying around. Soldiers didn't do a good job of cleaning up around here. Found a great bow, found some cider. Settlement in the mountains west of Castle Argus is said to be inhabited by people who can see into the future. Aha! That's where the people that Dash mentioned live, then. Writing it down, hang on. Okay. Settlement west of Castle Argus, Future Seers. I would have noted the other thing about the ancient village west of the desert, but we're probably heading there next, so there's not really a reason to note that down. As far as the Future Seers, it's been mentioned twice, and it hasn't really been like a direct, hey, go there now thing. So I'm noting that in case I need to remind myself of that information. But apparently it's go west, young man, go west. We're gonna have to cross the desert again. And go see the ancient people. We do have one thing that we've lost from not having a thief, and that's the extra retreat ability, but it really wasn't amounting to much anyway. That punching damage is pretty sizable. Not a half bad look for Luneth either. Like there are definitely some jobs you can safely say that the character model was designed to have. And I would say that Luneth's hairstyle and everything kind of fits it. Just like Ingus naturally fits as a warrior. Ark works pretty well as a red mage. Refia, I don't know if Refia really 100% screams black mage to me, but that was the job that I had for her, so that's the job she's got. She kind of feels like she would be a good thief as well to me. Mostly because of the like more wild and free nature a little bit of with running away from home and everything. I don't know. Somewhere over here is apparently another village. Even more enemies. Oh no! Anyway, just gonna punch them all a bunch. And stab them and crush them and bash them with sticks. Eventually they will stop being such dicks. Six hits, even while he's not fully job adjusted, is wild. When we get the next set of jobs, if they also have mechanics that are kind of unclear, I may very well go, at the very least, like, find a scan of the manual or something. So we can make some sense of that. I just kind of guessed because this was a circled bit of tree. Oh, chocobos. Gotcha, chocobo. Oh, so we can just mount up like we did in 2. Okay. That's convenient. Nyum. I saw the village there. I'm just using this to explore around a bit more because I assume we don't get encounters while we're mounted just like in 2. Almost the same song, too. It's just like a slightly different instrumentation for it. Okay, looks like, yeah, this goes all the way around. So let's not go that far right now. There may end up being a reason to do that. Which, actually, if you look at the big map, that actually gives you a way of going all the way back around to the beginning of the game, just about... No, because there's a mountain range above the bottom right. That's how we ended up in this situation to begin with. There we go, that's how I dismount. But the chocobos being right there mean we can get back across very easily. Village of the Ancients. And for those wondering why I'm ignoring the Mughals, they're the online capabilities of this game, which don't help us at all. I'm ignoring them. We are the sons and daughters of the Ancients, a once great civilization, but now we live by the land as our rule commands. Long ago, our rule also charged us with guarding the Tower of Owen. That's great and all. What the hell's the Tower of Owen? I'll give you a prize if you run around the edge of the continent on a chocobo. Oh, that's the point of doing that. Okay. We might do that in a minute here, then. Would you believe me if I told you that the ground we're standing on this continent was a loft? Rubbish, you say? Well, it's nonetheless true. The Tower of Owen is a pillar that supports our continent, built by the ancients to bring balance between light and darkness. So what I'm hearing is the encroaching darkness might make the pillar collapse and ruin everything. Our ancestors once built a mighty civilization, but were punished for their arrogance. That is the catastrophe we now call the Wrath of the Light. They attempted to harness the power of the light. They arrogantly assumed there was nothing they could not do, but they thought wrong. It is said that 4 warriors emerged from the world of darkness and stopped the destructive forces of light that our ancestors had conjured. But now it is darkness that has emerged, bringing chaos and destruction in its wake. All that we can do is wait for the 4 warriors to appear once again. You know, there's 4 of you. You say you're going on an adventure. It's a coincidence, I'm sure. So let's see, we got Sight, Fyra, Blizzara, Thundara, Kiora, Teleport, and Blindna. Well, Sight seems like it'd be useful. It'll replace the bread we bought. Yeah, this is all level 3, but I'm taking all of it anyway. Kiora, obviously, and definitely Teleport. Blindna, I'm not gonna worry about. We've also now spent all of our money on magic. But I'm not going to end up using this great bow, so we can sell that. Increased attack speed from the Bacchus Cider. That seems useful, but I'm assuming it's temporary, so I'm just going to sell it. Spark Dagger's worth a lot of money, but we're not getting rid of it. It's quite good, and I do not want to lose it. Because there's no guarantee we're not going to have somebody else become a class that uses knives anytime soon. Since I don't know what the job layout of this game is yet. There's the weapon shop. Light and darkness have their own will. A will that transcends that of mere mortals such as you and I. And they are perpetually at war. The crystals exist to bring balance between these 2 forces. When the balance tilts too far one way, the crystals choose 4 mortals and bless them with their power. Now that the balance is tilted toward darkness, 4 warriors of light will be chosen and tasked with bringing equilibrium to the world once more. Wouldn't it make more sense to have 2 warriors of darkness and 2 warriors of light to make it properly balanced? Shut up, kid. We're going with 4 and 4. I wonder why it tilts back so hard every time. So let's see, we can buy serpent swords. Ooh, we can buy magic staves. So that's good. Killer bow, which a lot of us could use. Also, magic arrows. Okay, that starts to make more of a reason to use bows in this game. Though, can't help but notice that nobody can use them. So that's interesting and potentially indicative of something. But I can see 2 potential reasons for that, even without it meaning anything about any jobs we're gonna get soon. And that might be that freelancers or thieves can use them. So I wouldn't be jumping ahead on that one. I'm gonna hang on to the gnomish bread. I was debating selling it all. I may very well sell some of it. I'll think about it. Because right now we can't afford anything that I would have actually wanted from that shop. Though I didn't equip anything new yet. Oh, you can use the Spark Dagger. There's no reason for you to do so, but you can use it. Which is interesting. You can't use it. What did we... Oh yeah, magic. Magic's what we got that I wanted to sort out. Oh, I already had Kiora. Well, I'm an idiot. And yeah, this is a level 1 magic. So, goodbye sleep. Hello sight. His Refia can't learn sight. It's a white magic spell. And I already had fire. I am doing such a good job. So you can learn fire up, you can do both. So that works out perfectly, actually. All according to my cunning scheme. And it even lines up with the fact that fire was the early element Ark got too. So it's all clearly according to my plan, and not because I didn't pay attention to what I was buying, meaning what I already had, because of it having been a week. Totally not. We don't need 3 mithril swords. In fact, I'm gonna just hang on to 1 just as in case somebody ends up swapping to a class that needs a sword. The Cura I will sell back, and just regret the fact that I wasted half of the price of that. Before I spend all the money on another staff, though, let's see what the armor shop's got. His Refia really needs better armor than just leather. Everybody wearing the mithril also could do with an upgrade. Ark? No, not Ark. Ingus is fine because Ingus is wearing the shell armor. I also could do with a stay in the inn to recharge everybody's spell power. Have you ever seen a chocobo? Such a strange bird it is. They make their home in the woods to the east if you wish to see them. Yeah, we've already been. It's good that they tell you that those are there, though. Let's see, we can buy shell armor, we can buy flame mail, which is not listed as having any special effects, so that's interesting. Headband, which can be worn by the monk. Specific mage robes, which would be a massive upgrade for you, so definitely buying those. That is 8 defense where you currently don't have any defense, so that is a good idea. And we should be able to afford that and shell armor for Ark, so that would work. I would have liked to have picked up flame mail, but one problem at a time. Yeah, because that brings you up to 31. That brings you up to 24. That brings you up to having any defense at all at 16. It really is miraculous how much Refia survives with so little defense. But I have to assume that it does prioritization order much like the first game did from top down, based on that survival rate. Because quite literally everyone else in the party goes down before Refia does, usually. But that may also be just me getting lucky. So I'm hesitant to trust that. Do I even need to keep these spares? Considering there's better stuff here, I'm gonna go ahead and just get rid of everything other than the spark dagger. I was hanging on to the spares in case I needed to do a fast swap to a different equipment type, but I don't think that that's gonna be as relevant as I'm convincing myself it is. Not that the amount of money I just got back is that relevant either, admittedly. Considering there's not anything we're really gonna be able to afford with 1400. But it does bring us closer to funding flame mail for people and things like that, so I do think it'll end up being worth it. We'll quickly go get that prize for going around the continent after we hit the inn. Because it shouldn't take that long. We were already like a third of the way around before I stopped myself, so should work out just fine. we go. This way everybody has their full MP. Any new items here? Okay, we can buy high potions now, which is interesting because nobody even has more than 200 hit points, so that's quite the jump. We don't have mallets, which those just shrink and unshrink. We have the mini spell, so we don't really need that at the moment. And yeah, we got plenty of gold needles, so we're fine. It would allow me to get rid of the mini spell if I bought the mallets, and I probably will at some point. I just don't have a need of that at the moment. We talked to you already. So yeah, let's go do that lap around the continent. Because it does look like there's a nice convenient track around the entire continent, essentially, for me to do exactly that. Come along, little buddy. Also, fun fact for everybody. You know how I used up all my snoozes for ads at the end of stream over a day ago? I still only got one snooze back. Because the system for that is stupid. I think it only regenerates the snoozes based on active stream time. Which does make a bit of sense, but at the same time it's still stupid. You would think starting a fresh stream would refresh your snoozes. That would just be a logical decision. But apparently, that's just not how that works. Considering the size of this continent, by the way, I'm assuming there's going to be more to see of this game than just this continent. Okay, we've done a full loop, so that should be good enough to get the prize. Now to find out if the prize is worth it. Incredible! You actually did it! Well, good work. Work. Here's your prize. I got one gnomish bread. That was not worth it. We already have 5 of those. Well, we did a thing, I guess. A completely extra thing. Let's go ahead and save the game so we have a record of having done that, I guess. Not to mention all of the shopping and everything. So let's see. Got 2 casts of level 3 black magic, 3 casts of level 2, 15 of level 1, 1 cast of level 3 white or black, 2 casts of level 2 white or black, and 9 casts of level 1 white or black. Okay. Was taking stock of our spell power while I was in here. We didn't really learn what to do, though, did we? Probably because I didn't find the right person here to talk to. Did I go in this house? I feel like I ignored going in this house in favor of shopping first. Oh. This is just a fountain anyway. Yeah, you mentioned that already, old man. Maybe... Where would anything important be? Where could it be? Yeah, we talked to you already. I'm just gonna poke around and make sure I didn't miss talking to somebody right quick. Because we weren't given, anything particularly useful here, really. Aside from some gear, which is good. We needed to upgrade our gear, for sure. But we were told to come here... Oh, wait, there we go. This might be new. Our rule commands us to be guided by the great will. Okay. That's less useful. That's two people who've mentioned the rule, and no one has given us anything useful regarding the rule. So they say that they need to guard the Tower of Owen, and that they need to follow the Great Will. Neither of which tell us much. Like, obviously, we now know that the Tower of Owen is what's holding the continent up. So that's kind of a big deal. Clearly, I missed talking to somebody around here? Either that or this place is just nowhere near as useful as the other village claimed it was going to be. And we got this house here that doesn't even have a door, which is a whole thing. And then again, a bunch of these houses don't have doors. Presumably to keep you from just going in random houses that don't matter. But goddammit, now I'm bothered by the houses I'm not allowed to go in. Yeah, no, this village seems to be largely just for aesthetic, arguably. Not literally, is they provide background information, but they provided absolutely nothing of substance or use. Clearly I'm missing something to trigger something to happen. That's what I'm assuming right now, is I'm supposed to have done something else or talked to someone else that would then make a cutscene or something happen. This village seems awfully familiar. All this talk about light and darkness. What? Hey! I remember now. The powers of darkness, they stopped the flow of time on the surface world. That's how this floating continent was born. What gibberish is that? The floating continent theorem was already hard to take in. Do you mean there's other continents aside from our own? I don't know. I feel so strange. Okay, that was a bit more meaningful. That means Dash has either got some connection with the ancients, or he's got some connection with some other continent or other part of this world. And if the flow of time is stopped elsewhere, that's gonna have some consequences. See if he's got anything else for us. No, he's just doing this scene again. Okay. But here's the thing, though. If the powers of darkness are what stopped time on the surface below, that doesn't quite make sense yet. Unless the floating continent was built to get away from the stopped time. That doesn't make sense either. And stopping time causing this continent to exist also doesn't entirely make sense. There's a lot of pieces of this that aren't quite lining up yet. But I feel like that's because we're missing a lot of contextual information to make this make sense. But considering running around here and talking to people has accomplished nothing, I think we have to go back across to the other town again. God damn it. Blizzard. Well, we need the money anyway, so we can fund other stuff. Which does make me consider not taking the Chocobo across. But at the same time, I'm gonna have to fight my way back across after we get there anyway, so I'm not that upset about the idea, really. It does remind me, I should take a look at what Luna's stat line looks like now that he's converted fully to monk. So I do know that they're at least affected somewhat by their job. Hey, job level up. Multiple job levels up. I swear Ark gains more job levels up than most. We look... Red Mage level 9. No, Red and Black Mage are both level 9. Warrior is only level 6, which is interesting. Though obviously he did have to pivot to Red Mage for a little while, just like Luneth, in order to get us through the cave. And you're obviously going to be a bit of a mess because you have 8 levels of Thief, 2 levels of Red Mage, 12 levels of Freelancer, and now you're going to have levels of Monk as well. Yeah, your status. 14 Strength, 15 Agility, 14 Vitality, and base level Intellect and Mind. Okay. And clearly those are being buffed, I assume by the Gi, but it might be by the Knuckles as well. Let's find out. Let's do science. Yeah, the Gi buffed Agility. And I presume the Knuckles buffed the other part? Oh! So the headband's also buffing Strength and Vitality. Lot of buff gear here. So that's nice. Does explain why his stat line looks way better than anybody else's. It's like, look at Ingus here, with just +2 to Strength, Agility, and Vitality, and that's all he's got going on for him. Then you've got essentially the same stat line, but higher here with Luneth. Then you've got Ark with slightly better everything, which stat number distribution-wise is actually kind of ridiculous by comparison. Because if everybody's ordinarily base level 10 in every stat, that means he's got 6, 8, 10 points above baseline total. Whereas Ingus only has 6 points above base level. Luneth obviously has more than that, but that's because of the gear. Which admittedly Ark also has his stats buffed, which I believe was only 1 to Intellect and Mind because of what we had, so still would have a higher curve than normal. And then you've got Refia with the stat line she has, with higher everything as well. Which leads me to believe that job level does impact your stats, but it may also be that each of the characters has their own stat growth? I really don't know. It's interesting to think about. Like, it's one of those things that I'm sure becomes incredibly obvious once you know how the mechanic works. But looking at it without any information, it just looks like a double mess. It's like essentially a scatter plot of numbers. Okay, they're all still running away. Just back here to double check to make sure I didn't forget to talk to somebody. Oh yeah, I don't think I talked to you. Yep, there we go. This seems important. It runs away into the fireplace. I had a feeling I forgot a house somewhere or something. Interesting. Please, no, spare my child, my only child. Relax. You're not one of them? I'm sorry. I thought those soldiers came back again. They took my husband. They took him with the others to the desert to the west. They wore the seal of Argus. My husband, I hope they haven't done anything to him. They're either experimenting on him or using him for manual labor, presumably. Or both. Okay, so we didn't learn anything particularly useful there. We already knew that it was the soldiers of Argus being used by the wizard to collect people. We just still don't have any idea why. Like, for what purpose. But I have to assume that that scene was necessary to trigger something else. Like, maybe now I can go to the Village of the Ancients and they'll have something useful for me. Yeah, because we talked to you already. Which, for all that they're like, you need to talk to the Elder, you'd think that the Elder would have actually had something useful to say other than, hey, we got screwed over by these soldiers, it was bad. Got anything to add to this, Dash? Nope, same thing you said before. About what I figured. Oh, wait, hang on. Ingus is adding to it because of the new information we got. But can they truly be King Argus's men? I cannot believe the king would order such heinous acts. Soldiers' attacks began after the earthquake. Maybe the two are connected somehow. The Ark's bit about the earthquake was there before, but the King Argus part wasn't there before. So they're piecing it together, which I assume the point is, even if we as a player piece it together, we have to make our characters piece it together. So there might be something in here still that I need to talk to somebody about, so Refia has a piece about it too? Or something? I'd like to get past you to talk to your kid, but I'm assuming that's not going to be a thing. And that would just be, like, verifying the last NPC I can't talk to. Or haven't talked to, rather, more than anything. Because maybe the kid knows something. But I think it's just mother being protective, not kid has information. Yeah, we already looked at that information. Which, maybe I have to do that? Maybe I have to go talk to the people that can see the future? Because I haven't tried that angle yet. Did I not talk to you, or did I talk to you? You want to know about crystals? Maybe someone in the Village of the Ancients to the west knows something about them. I feel like I did talk to them. That, you I did talk to, but maybe I forgot to talk to the man on the right. Maybe that's the problem. So, I feel like that was how we learned more about the village to the other side of the desert at the very least. Well, let's walk back over there again and see if anything's changed. If not, we'll go over to where the castle was and go talk to the people that can see the future. If we even can. Considering they're mentioned as being in the mountains, I suspect we might not be able to reach them. And that's west of the castle. So west of the castle is where the tree's missing from. But that's also the valley in between the mountains, so that's not really the mountains, necessarily. But it is odd that there would be two things like that that are important that close together. But we'll work that out after we chase the crystal angle here more. I want to make sure that we didn't, like, just miss a prompt somewhere. They're saying they'll give me a prize again, so I wonder if I could just get another prize by just running around. I I have a suspicion that we're wasting our time, but I'm just making sure. Because the thing is, nothing of what they're talking about here talks about crystals at all. Like, they talk about the reason for the Warriors of Light and everything, which is important information in after a fashion. But it doesn't directly tie to the crystals, and that's why I'm wondering if there's just like a miss bit of wording or something. And that's why I'm confusing myself here. Because, like, they mentioned that the crystal brings balance and that the crystal chooses the 4 Warriors of Light, but we knew that already. Like, that is old information. That's the only thing crystal related here. And I'm assuming Desh's Epiphany is all we're gonna get here, but I'm gonna trigger it again to see if there's, like, extra information now. Since we did have extra information after the last one. No, he still doesn't have anything else to add to that, and nobody else chimes in that didn't chime in before. Am I supposed to run off on a chocobo and go somewhere? I feel like that wouldn't be the case. But I am going to get on the chocobo to go back up toward where Castle Argus is to see about those people that can see the future. Because that'll be wiser than just bumbling around aimlessly on foot. Even if this would be more profitable in money and experience to run around on foot. For the sake of my sanity, Yeah, see, this is the problem. Because my notes specifically say that the Future Seers are to the west of Castle Argus. And for those who don't know, that up there is Castle Argus, the marker on the map right above me. Which means I need to get on the boat then, I guess. Okay, I can't dock the boat there. If the Future Seers are in the mountains over here, then they must be, like, around this vicinity somewhere. So I would assume it means above to the west, not just straight line west. At least that's the... Oh yeah, you also have Retaliate. Okay, I'm assuming Retaliate is straight up going to be a counter move, but give it a try anyway, see what happens. Yep, that is exactly what that does. Is if he gets attacked, he counterattacks. That could be huge, but only if we could ensure that Luneth gets attacked. Everything loves to beat up Arc, so I don't really know how actually useful that Retaliate will be. But that's a neat idea, and at least that's easy to figure out how it works. It's just, hey, push button, hope Luneth gets hit in the face. And I'm betting it's going to be physical attacks only, as these counter attack setups usually are. I'll look for Luneth and Arc and Refia. So everybody's leveled up. We just gotta free Zeus's Wrath. Okay. That's money. I love to see it. We are gonna heal Arc a bit. There we go. His Arc is a little out of line with everybody else health-wise. So presumably somewhere in here is where I want to be. Probably this cave? This cave seems like a likely candidate. Hey Jess, how are you doing? You are in Gulgan Gulch. We Gulgans are born sightless. However, we are endowed with the power of clairvoyance. We can glimpse into the future. Good for you. Crystal that gave you your blessing is the crystal of the wind. You must go and seek the other three, the crystals of fire, water, and earth. Nice, nice. Hope Chrono Cross is treating you well. The balance between light and darkness is broken. It will give birth to an unstoppable force that will destroy the world. Great. Love that for me. If darkness engulfs the world, everything will be consumed by the void. Presumably the unstoppable force. We live in this gulch, hidden from the world, for oftentimes knowing the future leads to misfortune. Howdy, Natra. I sense the power of fire from the island of the dwarves. Alright. I note that, because that's probably going to be useful. Yeah, there's a lot going on in 6 from what I recall, so it takes a bit of doing. The earthquake was only the beginning, the great tremors that swallowed the crystals, the light of our world. Only to spawn monsters from the depths of the scarred land are nothing but harbingers of what is yet to come. Sound a little crazy when you say it that way. Powers of darkness have hidden the light from the remaining crystals, and the crystals themselves have chosen to seal their powers. That seems unhelpful. When the tower begins to crumble, spewing flames of doom is when the man who changes destinies will awaken. Seems late to do that, but sure. Living wood, the weeping trees are calling for you. Yep, I figured this guy was going to be the important one. Use this spell and enter the Tower of Owen to the north. Dash, your destiny awaits. You know his name, too. The Toad spell, huh? We're doing this bit again, I say. The Tower of Owen is filled with machinery. That is where Dash's destiny awaits. And that is perfectly in time for the ads, so I'm gonna go ahead and step away while the ads run, and we will be back in just a moment. Okay, ads are still not quite done yet, but we will wait that out to last a little bit. Hey, everybody gained a solid bit of hit points from that last level, too. They all gained like 20 each. Not bad at all. Something that was bugging me when I got up and walked around a little bit is I thought about it. It's weird to me that these folks tell you about the Tower of Owen, and not the ones that are supposed to be the defenders of the Tower of Owen down in the Village of the Ancients. Like, they tell you that the Tower of Owen exists, but they don't really give you information. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I just got back myself, and I was just pondering the fact that these future seers here are the ones who tell you where the Tower of Owen is and what it's for, rather than the ones that are supposed to be connected to the Tower of Owen down in the Village of the Ancients. It just keeps on going, Natra. It just keeps on going. Oh, interesting that this was a hidden passage, even though there was a bridge pointing at it. Mage Robe, well, could have saved myself some money there. Ice Staff, I did save money there, and Fire Staff, I already had one of those. But we'll go ahead and give Refia the Ice Staff as well for fun. And we'll keep that Fire Staff on hand because we can use it to use fire. So we can find out if it breaks when we use them. Just do a bit of science, you know? Still, this was a lot of extra walking for only minor information. Because here's the thing. Just based on pure logic, it would have been pretty safe to assume where the Tower of Owen was, even though the people in the Village of the Ancients kind of implied that the Tower of Owen was holding the continent up. It clearly is two different things, I guess? Because if it is the thing holding up the continent and it's on that little island up there, that's one unbalanced thing holding the continent up, is that's all the way off in one corner. But we'll figure it out. And I assume I need to get in the boat to get there, based on where that looks like that is. So off to the boat we go. Get in a fight. Time for more kaiju-sized Sagans. Well, actually, they're not that big. They look really big in the intro zoom-in for the fight, and then as soon as you actually see the boat and everything for context, they're nowhere near as big. Anyway, that's dealt with. Job level up for Loneth. Yeah, I'm assuming I'm gonna have to just sail around the Horn of Land up here and go to the island, probably. And that's where the tower will be. It may be worth my while to go back to the Village of the Ancients and talk to them more about the tower, but I feel like they're not gonna have any new information. I feel like that would just be a waste of my time. And we'll wait till we see an actual, like, more significant encounter before I test trying to use the staff to cast a spell. So we don't just burn it on a weak encounter. I could technically save, use it, and then find out, but I don't really want to... Oh, never mind, I guess the Tower of Owen's just right there, huh? Just on that little nose of land. Suddenly water spouts. Oh, sea elementals. You know what? Fair enough. How strong are these? Ants are not strong enough to really be a major threat. Mostly an inconvenience. I kind of figured new thing meant scary, but Not really, especially since most of us are carrying thunder weapons. Let's go ahead and heal up, save, and then go into the tower. See what we're getting into in there. I could definitely have more potions on hand, but we also have a fair amount of red magic casts of healing, so it's fine. That's not ominous at all. Oh right, the toad spell. Because I'm assuming it's not actually for turning us into toads, it's more for untoading the people here. So let's get rid of Minnie, you don't need that anymore. Learn Toad instead. Okay, perfect. Yeah, see that? No, I can't use it on a target externally. I hope I don't have to turn myself into a toad in order to do something. That would be annoying. But considering we had to go through a whole dungeon minified, it's possible. Let's look around here more first before we start toying around with ideas like that. Get a gauge of how strong the things here are. The answer is thankfully not very. Problem is, as soon as anybody's a toad, we are going to be significantly weaker. Which is why I don't really want to toy around with that too much. And the amount of frogs that are here would mean having to do at least a couple encounters in frog form. So you chose to cast your silence spell at the only one who can't use well, not the only one who can't use magic. Lunith also can't. This has been interesting so far for a first experience with 3. Considering this was the original English that I could find. Oh, there you go. Now you're doing area silence. That's a much better idea. Still didn't work, but a better idea. Yeah, Chrono Cross is unique. I still haven't really done much with it myself because I had tried it during the era where I wasn't really playing RPGs at all, but I wanted to at least look at it. And who knows, maybe someday in the distant future that will happen. Huh? Something's happening here. Yeah, losing the code's not too much of a shock. Time to take a dip. Can't dive too deep in there unless we were toads or something. Oh, that's what we're supposed to turn into toads. Okay. Toads! I hate toads. Don't turn me into one. Well, you're gonna have to. Before we do anything with that idea, though, let's finish checking around here and make sure there's nothing missing. Honestly, considering the mandatory, as far as I could tell, mini dungeon earlier with the serpent's stomach, I could definitely see people having mixed feelings about this game, because I certainly currently still do after that entire debacle. And I wonder how that was in the original version, considering it was already bad enough in this version. Okay, looks like that accounts for everything on this floor. I'm very scared of turning us all into toads. But I want to see if I can talk to these toads, so we'll risk it. There was a segment where you had to cast the mini spell on your party in order to go into a cave to go get the other eye for the serpent. Yeah, that garbage. The fact that it makes the physical members of your party completely useless is bad. And I will not hear any other statement in that regard. That is just bad design. Like, I can't even say, oh, it was difficult. Like, no, it was just bad design. That was not thought through in the slightest. I did after I died, because I realized how fucked that was. I assumed it would be at least somewhat scaled using the logic of what you were forced to do, but no, God forbid they think of that. No, they instead throw you under the bus, because that's apparently intelligent game design according to Square. And we're gonna have another party wipe here, because yet again, I am forced to use a status effect on my party that makes my party terrible. Like, don't get me wrong, it's my fault that I used it farther away from where I needed it. But I think it was a fair implication to think of to try to talk to the toads. Yes, of course I didn't change my whole damn party to mages without knowing how that situation worked. It really shouldn't be an expected part of gameplay or your first assumption to change all of the classes in your party to something just to account for a poorly thought out design decision. We ended up turning everyone into red mages after the fact for the final we'll go through that worked. But I didn't want to lose a bunch of experience on the classes I wanted people using just to satisfy a game design decision either. Because, like, now Ingus and Luneth have a random level of red mage for no fucking reason. They did. They did give you extra magic. But the problem is, that doesn't read as, oh, hey, you should definitely turn everybody into mages. That reads as, oh, hey, they're making sure you actually have magic. Like, that doesn't read as a guarantee there. I assumed it was just something relating to how that area is, not necessarily a slap upside the head. Yeah. I think it's more a matter of they just shouldn't have it destroy physical members of the party entirely. Make them weaker by all means, but making them quite literally completely useless is not good. That is essentially them railroading the player into having to use a specific setup rather than being able to just use what is available to them. You are then forced into a specific situation. Like, this whole bit with the toad is at least a bit better, because you have to use it to get in. Why didn't they just do that for the Minify? Just use it to get through the door and then unmini afterwards. But no, you weren't allowed to use that spell again after you entered it. I don't understand. Especially, here's the other thing that bugs me, especially in this version of the game, where the areas are rendered in 3 dimensions. The area looked more than big enough for you to be full size in, but you're not allowed to do it. So it doesn't make sense. And yeah, I get that it was experimental, but that is an experiment that should have died on the drawing board because they should have realized it wasn't a good idea. And to have it persist into a remake means they didn't learn. I welcome you to the Tower of Owen and your doom. Okay, voice in the sky, good for you. Like, I don't want to tear the game down, but I'm gonna tear that part down. I mean, there'd be the risk of destroying what you're going in there for, but yeah, that's something I would absolutely do, that's for sure. Echo herbs to cure silence with. Just light the place up before you go in, since the place was littered with rats and nonsense. But I really do think a good compromise would have been, like, even just having physical stats instead of setting them to 1. That would still make you much more vulnerable, but at least make your physical classes playable. Setting to 1 just... You may as well just kill those party members off or change them to different classes, because they literally wouldn't do anything at that point. So far, the rest of the game has been fine. It's a little iffy. Ah, yeah. Which, the fleeing from Bahamut at least made sense. Though, man, I wonder how many people actually tried to fight that. Because as soon as I read the text, I'm like, nope, out, I'm gone. Is, you know, having the context of what Bahamut is, you know not to fuck with that. But if this was somebody's first Final Fantasy, for example, they may not have the context to use there. And they may go, ooh, new dragon, I'ma fight it. And you just get your shit pushed in, almost certainly. And, like, even reading that, I'm sure, as you're saying there, people tried it anyway. And I have to imagine it didn't go well. Yeah, that's about right. Well, yeah, because he makes it very clear, run! Now, the other side of that coin, though, that there is another side to that situation, in that a lot of games will yell at you to run from something that you can still defeat. I have to point that out. But after the first couple times of getting destroyed, you should probably clue into the fact that you can't do that. But depending on the RPGs and such you're used to, I could see why somebody would think that that's still an encounter they're able to beat. Even if it's not necessarily one you're meant to beat, if that makes sense. You'll never find your way through this place. Even though it's only got one door, you'll never figure it out. Oh, I see. I see all the other rooms over there. What? Uh-huh. Okay. This is slightly more than just one door. Okay. I don't know why a open space was where the button was. That's weird, but you know what? We roll with it. I feel like him killing you quickly is better. Because you could sit there for hours attacking an invincible enemy. I don't remember if he actually got an attack off when I encountered him in this version. I want to say I ran away quick enough that he didn't get a chance to do anything. Because I still had Luneth as a thief then, so he was fast enough to just use the runaway special and just get the hell out. Which, you know, obviously on site, yup, gone. Oh, running definitely still doesn't always work in this. I can definitely tell you that. Like, I may have very well just gotten lucky in the Bahamut situation, but even the Thief special run doesn't always work, which is stupid. Why have a runaway ability that still can fail? That just seems like a waste of an ability. Like, I have to assume it has higher odds, but if higher odds is the best it gets, just doesn't seem that worthwhile. Yeah, it just doesn't accomplish anything of merit to have you lose that situation, as it throws the entire pace of that sequence off if you die and then have to do it again. So having it be like a guaranteed runaway situation would make sense. They're still relying on you to actually have the common sense to run away from the thing that's going to kill you. Because if it was like an automatic before you even take action run away, then people wouldn't at least be able to try to fight it and find out it was a bad idea. I assume bomb fragments are just a usable thing? Yeah, it deals fire damage. Kinda figured. Oh, we can't actually use the gnomish bread in here. See, I would have figured that the detailed maps were for in dungeons, but I guess maybe they're just a detailed map outside? Huh. If that's all that does, I might just throw them in the bin. But maybe I just can't use it here specifically. Oh, yeah. Is this way you don't have it very significantly weighted towards those who just know where all of the best things are and what the shortest paths are. You have to at least be able to survive as well. Which probably also made it, to a certain degree, a little bit luck-based as well. We are winning this encounter the only way we're allowed to. Get a load of the chompers on this boy. That sure is a name. That is a name of all time right there. Oghiski. Anyway, gonna kill him now. It's kind of funny that even my dedicated mage is just clobbering things with sticks for the most part, just so we don't run out of spell charges for the things that matter. I don't think I've seen them yet. I certainly don't remember seeing anything called a firefly. I haven't really had any difficulty with bosses yet, other than the thing where I was minified, because obviously having half your party not be able to do anything kind of makes things difficult. But once everybody could take action, it was an absolute cakewalk. I've yet to have anything be difficult in this game, other than questionable design decisions. That's fairly typical of these kind of remakes, where things get made overall easier. We're also not far enough in to have really experienced anything of any merit yet, in terms of combat. There's been a few odd design decisions, creature-wise, in this for sure already. None that stick out at the top of my brain, because I'm fairly used to them just making weird nonsense. Like, you would have to make something really, really special to catch my attention with a monster design in terms of it being weird. There's a possibility of that. There's a possibility of that. It may, in fact, be a series that has outlived itself by a very far margin, possibly. I will remain the one who says that Final Fantasy has lived too long. Ooh, a second Sonic Knuckle. Like, these days, I don't have anything against Final Fantasy as a series, but I do feel like many other very, very long-lived series with many titles under its belt, it kind of is just using the name rather than it having that much there. You just stop making new ones. Since most of the stories are standalone, you don't have a thought you need to complete, so you can just click on, done. Like, in terms of continuity, there's nothing you need to continue at that point. The only thing that would be a problem there is obviously there would be fans that would be upset. But there will be people that are upset no matter which way you look at that. Like, if anything, it's easier to end a series that is not continuous in terms of plot than it would be to end one that is continuous. Because a continuous thought has to end somewhere. Whereas something that is consistently standalone outside of a couple specific entries can just end. If you do not continue it, it has then ended. The logic there is simple. Literally, half of Final Fantasy could exist under a completely different name, and it wouldn't be different. It would just have less marketability. I think it's safe to say that outside of names resurfacing and a few specific themes recurring, there really isn't that much tying the Final Fantasies together. So really, at the end of the day, these all could have been their own separately named things. And all it would have done was change the marketability. By having them be Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they make them more comfortable for people to connect to because they recognize the title. Yes, but that's not really relevant to what I'm saying. The developers and the game itself are two separate entities. The influence of the developer is obviously in the game, but the developer is not, at the end of the day, a part of what the game is. Like, they do not exist within the game's universe. So it does not have any bearing on the continuity between the things. So honestly, I do not know how many times they actually have the same teams entirely. Like, I believe they had the same direction for a lot of them, but I don't know how many actual developers were still there between how many titles. I haven't the slightest idea, because that's not information that I dig for. The Google machine can help you far better on that one. See, that is... How do I explain the thought here? They are different animals, but there is still a chunk of similar DNA there. Yeah, no, I understood what you were responding to there, but I had another thought connected to that concept that I wanted to add, and then my brain just shit itself, so the thought didn't complete. But I already started trying to say the thought, so it just fell apart. Because there was a point I wanted to make based on that, but it just didn't fire. We got another Zeus's Wrath that I'll probably never use, because I'm so bad about using those consumable items. Yes, that's what I was saying with it continuing names and themes. The whole Light Warrior thing is essentially a theme. Let's be real here, the whole Four Chosen Hero thing isn't that unique a concept. So the main thing that carries over is them just being titled as the Warriors of Light. There's no crystals involved in 2, right? Yeah, so there's a break in the continuity there, as far as the crystals involvement goes. 1 and 3, yes, have the crystal involved. I just realized, isn't it almost every other one? Like, that's all I'm gonna say on that, but it's almost every other Final Fantasy. Well, it's only gonna be relevant for 4. Would be the only thing you could end up spoiling that'll matter for the channel. Well, at the very least, because 4 is the only other one that's getting played. After that, it's done unless we end up running another event that people pay for more Final Fantasy. Just to be blunt there. But I have played almost all of 5. I played none of 6. I obviously played a little bit of 7. Mostly bounced off 7, if I'm honest. 8, I almost finished. and then just never happened to get back to because consoles happened. 9, I never had the chance to play, so that never happened. 10, I played a bit of, bounced off of that one too. That one was mostly the writing that I just did not like. The game itself was fine, but the writing just made me want to fall asleep. I've been told fairly frequently that it gets better, but I didn't get to the part where it gets better. Yeah. I knew 5 did, which is why I was like, wait a minute, it is just about every other one. But I couldn't confirm in my brain whether 7 and 9 and the rest had anything to do with that, because I believe that theme at least comes up again in later ones as well, but not directly. It's an odd situation later on. Which makes a lot of sense considering the way 2 was designed and the way the Saga games are. It's almost like Final Fantasy 2 was essentially what Saga is. It's funny to think about things like that. And I remember reading, wasn't there a split between when 8 and 9 were being made? 8 and 9 were made by different people, essentially, and that's why those were 2 wildly different games as well? Or was that just a thing that people were talking about and that wasn't actually true? I, Medusa, will destroy this tower in the name of our lord, Zand, and plunge these lands into eternal darkness. You cannot stop me. Prepare to die. Oh, you seem to have lost the rest of your body, Medusa. Do you know where the rest of your body went? Yeah. I remember reading a whole thing that I happened to run into where there was some connection between the movie and how development continued with the series that people were claiming was a thing. Whether it really was or not, I have no slightest clue. There was enough backing in what was written there that I could believe it being true, but I do not have any confirmation of anything. Yeah, you're really bereft of spell points, Ark, so you just stab it and hold on until healing is needed. You haven't used your spell points at all. What do I think a floating Medusa head's going to be weak to? You know, I wonder, since this thing floats, I wonder if this would technically count for Arrow being good against flying things. Yeah, that's true. The series really does just kind of do whatever for a lot of it. Okay, that did a lot. I think we're gonna just keep with Thundara and not experiment further. Well, the only one other cast we have of that at the very least. That was what I remember reading, yeah, is 9 was very much a return to the same kind of energy that the early games had, which tracks with its art design and everything as well. Yeah, exactly. Which, I gotta say, for all that I do say that the Final Fantasies feel the same across the board, they do at least end up with different mechanics and different feels to them. Just overall, you frequently end up with just a very similar overarching line to them. Ends up being what usually is just like, yep, we're doing this again. Okay. At least for me. And at the end of the day, even though they are RPGs with different mechanics, they are still at the end of the day usually the same kind of RPG. And yeah, there will always end up being exceptions. Also, my healer being the one that got silenced is very upsetting. I should have fixed that sooner, but I was just like, meh, it's fine. Nobody's really in major danger. Now that both Ark and Ingus are almost dead, now it's a bit more of a problem. You're not going to be able to do anything about said problem at the moment either, so we'll just play it by ear. If people die, people die. Oh, now you decide to act, Dash. Thanks. If you get the killing blow here, I'm going to be mad at you. Yep, bye, Ingus. Oh, now you're actually doing more, too. Okay. You just suddenly decided you wanted to cast spells. I assume it's almost dead if it's acting out harder than this. Haha. The thing is, though, that there's a problem with that. And the problem being, literally, we saw Medusa with a body in the scene before this fight. There was literally a body standing there, which then just kind of disappeared, unless you're saying there's an empty robe there, but then why were the arms moving? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, like, I assume in the original sprite it probably was just like a head on the field. But in this version, it breaks the illusion pretty hard there. Also, with the damage I've been doing, I really thought this fight would have been over by now. You did Lunith's entire health bar in one fire. Well, that's very severely inconvenient to me. You know what? Change of plans. I was gonna worry about reviving people, but I think just fire both barrels and hope for the best. There we go. We win. First try. Nope, haven't seen a single item of that type. Also, that is going to be a very unfortunate desyncing experience once again, but I've kind of given up on that idea at the rate this has been going. Ish, don't get too close. The fire, I think it's going to blow up. I finally remember everything. I'm the guardian of this tower, an ancient, as you call us. I was asleep for a very long time. I was supposed to awaken when this tower was in danger. I guess I slept a bit too long. It took me forever to remember my task. The damage is extensive, but it's not too late. At this rate, the floating continent will be flung away from the sun. The negative effects on its inhabitants are unimaginable. I'll go inside and try to stabilize the tower. Guess this is goodbye. I thank you for everything you've done for me. And it was fun being with you guys. Dash, no! You're gonna die if you go in there. This is my destiny. Go to the Dwarves' Island. That's where you'll find the power of fire. I won't forget you. Goodbye. Ish. I mean, he's an ancient. You'd figure he'd live that, right? Maybe. Possibly. The Enterprise? Did Desh send us here? Look, the maelstrom's weakening. We can get out. I guess the instability of the tower was making the maelstrom? We are in Desh's debt. We must go onward to the Dwarves' Island. Desh, please be safe. We just get an ingot later. It's an ingot of Desh. Wait. Uh-oh. Oh, hey, we all got healed fully and given back all of our magic, too. Look at that. Yeah, the fucked up thing is, I can see the logic of the plan to a certain degree, because he may have been theorizing that just changing the mix in the metal would stabilize the core. Something, something, different composition, something, something, magic. But that really doesn't seem like a good plan. And that is a thing I have to point out, both in this series and in a lot of RPGs. People are really fast to jump to the self-sacrifice angle to solve problems in these universes. There are so many times where there's a different solution to the problem, yet somebody just goes, I'm gonna die to fix the problem. It drives me up the wall, I swear. Exactly. Just like, there was different solutions to this. Nope. Nope, I'ma die. Okay, based on the whole Dwarves Island thing, and there only being one island on this continent, which technically the island being on a continent is a whole thing, but don't worry about that part. I would figure the whole speech about remembering and everything indicates that he does actually have a plan, and there's actually like a failsafe for that. And considering the way Desh has been up till this point, I'm inclined to think he's being dramatic. Is he has been fucking melodramatic the entire time he has been with the party. And considering the way he treats that one lady in the village as well, he's a bit of a dick. So it also would track if he was just fucking with us the whole time about the solution. Like, all of these are believable situations. Yeah. I have this ancient responsibility. What about the responsibility you left back there in that town? I have forgotten everything other than being an ancient. Uh-huh, convenient excuse, sure. This is also true. Just because he's an old person doesn't mean he's a good person. Just means he's been a bastard for a very long time. Oh yeah, those have been around for a bit. Yeah, we saw those earlier. I don't think they're called fireflies. Yeah, they're just called flyers here, so I didn't realize those were what we were talking about. I'm more thrown by these beetle-looking fuckers that are coming out of the ground that are called gorgons. Nah, they skipped Arm Day long enough that you could just kind of snap them like a twig. They're not really a thing. They've been flying around so long they haven't worked those arms. What a tragedy, the transition to 3D took their muscles away. That's where they got all the extra definition for 3D from, is they took the definition out of their muscles. Lally-ho! We're a bit late, but we're in big trouble. Lally-ho, humans! Welcome to the Dwarven Hollows. That's another consistent thing, is the dwarves and their lolly-hos. Don't take that sentence any other way. Don't worry about it. We put a ward around the shrine. No one can get close. We'll defend the last horn. Let's go the rogue. He stole a horn. Smart he is, but a rascal too. It just became a tradition. The 2 horns made of ice. They're our treasure, our precious. Don't worry about that part. One of them was plundered and pilfered, stolen by a scoundrel. It must be found. Aha! What do you got for me, buddy? Gee, I wonder if I want this ice armor. Considering we were told that the power of fire can be found here. And, you know, statistical superiority and all that. Apparently, I know, only 2 out of 3 of you can wear it. The fact that they still show the numbers down there, but they show them just kind of lit up or not over there, throws me on occasion. So 2 ice helms and 2 ice armors are what I want, but I can't afford all of them at the moment. These Zeus's Wraths I'm never going to use. Go ahead and just sell those. There you go. This way we can kit everybody out with the new stuff. And we're just gonna cry about the fact that we won't be able to afford new weapons, because that's just what's gonna happen here. Oh, the ice armor is actually worse than the flame mail. Things I should have read before buying. Oh well. Yeah, it's not even that much of an upgrade there. You know what? I'm gonna keep the flame mail then, since it is 1 number higher, and just assume that there's gonna be a balance point between the 2. If they even have any side effects, which, God forbid I ever trust these games to actually tell me that. For that too, because I'm not gonna use it. Don't need that. Don't need the 2nd mage robe. Don't need the bronze knuckle anymore. I'm gonna keep the serpent sword for now because it is strong. And it is lightning damage, so it'll be useful. Oh yeah, I forgot to put the lightning shield on. That was the other thing. Yeah, just in case these things have unlisted effects, I'm gonna hang on to these elemental things for the moment. What's that phrase again? Oh right, I don't trust like that. Isn't there something else we got? No, we just have a spare serpent sword. Which I'm gonna hang on to, like I said. Get rid of the mithril shield, though, because we don't need that. And we have 4,000 to buy any weapons they might be selling around here. So, probably like 2. We went from having lots of money laying around to being poor again. Just a casual Terrafang laying around, okay. And we got bells, which I presume will be for a class we don't have yet. Yeah, we'll go ahead and buy a Terrafang, why not? you know, just have mythological weapons just being made in a forge here. Nothing to ask questions about. Problem is, it is a slight upgrade, but it also loses the elemental damage. Whereas it's weaker than the Viking Axe, so I have no real reason to change that. Yeah, go ahead and use it for the time being, because it is stronger. You'll just do fire and physical. I do like the idea of these bows with their varying damages of the varying arrows. I just can't be bothered to sit there and keep stocking arrows all the time. That's the problem. They do seem like they would be incredibly effective. I just can't be bothered with the busy work of keeping the arrow supply up. Warriors of the Light, did you know that out to sea, far, far to the east, is a peninsula with the village called Gershal? I do now, and I'm going to write that down. No idea what that does, but, you know. I'm sure it'll be relevant at some point. There was a shiny tower to the north. After the earthquake, it was gone. There's a big hole where it was. Okay. Big hole where tower used to be, probably important. And rascal Gusko's made off with a horn of ice. He made his getaway through the underground lake. We can't go after him. His dwarves can't swim. But you're humans. Humans can swim. You must aid us with your amphibious abilities. And that was perfectly timed with the ads, so once the ads are done, we will seek after that issue. But for the moment, we're going to stop for a second so the ads play and nobody misses anything. Gonna once again get up, stretch my legs, and all that good stuff, and I highly recommend y'all do so too. Okay, ads are a little more than halfway over, so it won't be long now. There was something else I wanted to talk about, but I cannot think of it right now. We'll worry about it when it comes back up to my brain, potentially. It is interesting to see the HP growth of this party. In like 3 levels, they gained like nearly 100 hit points. Weren't we just at level like 13 at 220 or so, and now we're level 15, for example, with Ark and Refia, and they're both almost at 300. I feel like the growth curve on health is a little weird in this game. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You didn't miss anything. I've been standing here the whole time, pretty much, and I just was talking about the fact that the HP curve in this game seems a little odd. Take for example, the 1 level difference between Luneth and everyone else. And yet there is a... Oh, actually, that difference isn't that big. That's only, what, a 24-point difference between Ingus and Luneth, for example? So that's not outrageous. They seem to be consistently gaining, like, nearly 30 hit points per level. Which is a fairly hefty amount if you think about it. Makes me wonder just how high those numbers are going to end up being. Okay, can't touch the horn. No surprise there. I guess we're going down this hole to where the underground lake is to go chase after the guy that stole the other horn, then. We're gonna need to toad up again. Here we go. Oh no, are we turning ourselves into toads again? Yep. Good thing I kept the toad spell. Alright. I needed to actually cast the spell. Brain went, oh yeah, there'll be a prompt there. Which, this is another thing. The fact that I have to use one of my character's level 2 spell slots just to do a mandatory thing is also kind of annoying. Especially considering how few of those spell slots you get at this point in the game. We're losing like 1/3 of his level 2... Actually, 2/3 of his level 2 potential in order to just do the thing the game needs me to do. Like, don't get me wrong, I guess you could cheese it by having somebody become a mage that could use that spell long enough to cast it and then make them no longer be that job. But that's a lot of needless busy work just to satisfy a system that could have been made smarter. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a neat idea. I just feel like it's an unnecessary thing. They easily could have just made that be an item that you just use for this purpose, like all the rest of the games have done. And then we just move on with our lives. Instead, they have one of your few spell points being wasted on activating and deactivating a status effect that you need to use. Which, if this game wasn't so damn stingy with your spell points, I wouldn't even care. But it's because it's incredibly sparse with spell points right now that I even am taking note of that. Like, it's the two drawn together that make this a problem. Like, it's just as well that we don't really need our magic for regular encounters very much at all. So I am definitely having a hindsight moment of I should have checked to see if there was an item shop in town so I could have bought potions. Because we're gonna have to definitely be spending arc spell points on keeping us alive. There's a certain part of me that's also going and popping into my brain of like, hey, maybe party variety is overrated. Maybe you should just make someone else another red mage or something, so you have more spell points available. And I'm sure a white mage probably has more dedicated spell points available, because obviously our black mage has a lot more spell points at the lower end than our red mage does. But gear versatility was a tempting offer, especially early on when we couldn't get any gear for casters at all. See, Ark's already, like, more than halfway through his spell points for curing. It's also odd that they gave us a level 4 slot. We haven't seen level 4 spells. Like, they've gone back and forth on that, where they give you spells ahead of the curve, or give you spells late. Gold Needle that I have plenty of. Like, they still have yet to quite get the pacing right on spells, it seems. Okay, we got bombs. That's fine. Just focus fire one of them down so that they do not go boom. Or at least, ideally, they don't go boom. Okay, yeah, it took focusing all of our strength on them, too. Which, admittedly, Ark is using a fire sword, and Refi is using a fire staff. So, there's an inherent issue there. Which that is in part why I'm carrying around those serpent swords. Is because of that very situation, where the fire sword might not work anymore. We never did actually test to see if the fire staff that we had in our inventory could actually be used. Just realized that. Zeus's Wrath. Okay, these aren't bombs, so I'll test that idea. Okay, it just can't even be used in combat at all. So why does it say it casts fire? Is this the first game where they start doing the random on-hit can cast a spell thing? If so, I feel like I should have had that happen by now. Or is it literally just saying cast fire as a flavor text thing? Any of these could possibly be true. Unless only mages can use them? Even, like, as an inventory item? Which is possible, I should have checked. Well, we'll check in the next encounter. And verify that information. Other Zeus's Wrath. I feel like they're trying to tell me something with all these Zeus's Wraths. Okay, we're definitely not testing it right now. Not in a field full of bombs. No way. I am gonna go ahead and use a blizzard, though, to get us out of here a bit faster. Yeah, because as you might imagine, Blizzard is very effective against bombs. There we go. Clear through that with minimal issue. Definitely experiencing some weird whiplash going between the spell point system in the first game to an MP system in the second game, now back to a spell point system here, too. And if it weren't for the stat disadvantage and such from changing classes, I would genuinely just have, like, Luneth go become a caster temporarily, or have Ingus be a caster temporarily to use the cure spell a little bit, burn their spell points, and then undo that. But not only is that a bunch of busy work, that's also just a big stat down. Which it's kind of annoying that that even works that way either, but that is clearly there for the express purpose of exactly what I'm talking about not being a thing you do. Ooh, at least as readily. But I have to assume some degree of elemental protection does exist, as Ingus takes so little damage from Blizzard with that ice shield. So having both the ice shield and the flame mail is probably a very good idea, as that should afford some amount of protection from both. Even if it does mean Ingus really falls behind in terms of killing things. Which I do at times wonder if his damage output would be higher even though the swords are weaker using a sword. 6,000 gil just kind of chilling here. Okay. That's a thing that I keep noticing with this game as well, is every time I start to feel poor, I walk in one of these caves that just has like 6,000 gil just sitting there. And I wonder, like, why couldn't you have given me that just like a few minutes ago, instead of waiting till I'm in here? Oh, well, I think I found where I needed to go. Nope, I think we're as good as we're gonna get unless I want to burn another cure. Fix 50 hit points on Luneth and 7 on Arc. No, I think it'll be okay. Potentially famous last words. Go away, scat, skittle, skibobble. The horn is mine, mine I tell you. There's a little bit of a difference here. You got a bit greener, and I can't put my finger on it, but something else about you is a little different. See, that description explains everything that I was pointing at, yeah. This is another case of you're floating, so I wonder if wind damage works better on you. Punch him in the snake dick. Ow. Ow. Yeah, that wasn't really remarkable in any way. That once again was good though, so that may very well be the answer. You don't have any thunder. But we also have some injuries to take care of here, so go ahead and cure the party. You keep hitting him with Thundara since I was doing nearly 500. That's probably good. Ah! Oh, you bitch. You just had to mini one of the two people that it matters on. You just had to go and do that. I am so upset right now. The worst part is, that's one of the few things I don't have a cure on hand for either. Well, I guess I'm actually making use of these Zeus's Wraths then. Which is probably what they gave them to you for, was an answer to getting turned teeny tiny. Well, yeah, because I have a very, very finite amount of spell slots. The fact you only have 3 per level is kind of a dick move. Considering the amount of spells they make you use so far, which is 2. If I kept both of them, I would have a whole 1 level 2 slot on the guy who can cast these things. It's fucking stupid. Oh no, you minied Refia, the one it doesn't really matter on, aside from for her taking more damage, which she was gonna die if you sneezed on her anyway. Though I did just now notice that Luneth also got shrunk, so that's an issue. Yeah, of course he did. Which, can I just say that having the guy casting mini a full additional dungeon past where you needed the mini spell is also a dick move? Is in what world would you expect it to be cast at this point? Like, why would you think that the boss after the boss where you needed it would be the one that'd be using it? Like, it just comes out of left field. You may as well guard, because you're not gonna do jack diddly dick anymore, Luneth. Go ahead and burn your level 3 on a cure up as we need it. Though you may very well be dead by the time you finish casting that. Like, I feel like this game just doesn't want you using physical classes at all. This seems very heavily weighted toward mages. Because not only is magic very powerful, but having more mages means you have more spell slots, which just magnifies the capacity magic has in your party. Physical attackers are good outside of the amount of times in this section of the game specifically where they just get immediately neutered. You may as well, no, you both may as well guard in case he hits you. Because while you're mini, you're just gonna get devastated if he swings at you. You're not minified right now and everybody's health's good, so get an attack in while you can. It's just Ark and the babies now. That's what we've got going on right now. Ark's Daycare Center. I'm gonna chop it off for him is what's gonna happen. Yeah, I'm glad I had Luneth guard there. The amount of damage he took while guarding, pretty sure Luneth would have just died. Straight up in that situation. Let's do something about that potential dying thing. He also can heal himself, which is even more annoying. Ow. Okay, that's fine. Angus can take another one of those unless that was a low roll. Oh, doesn't matter, fight's over. Mixed feelings about whether I would say that's improved, necessarily. Made more difficult? Yes. Improved is a mixed statement. Because that still wasn't that much of a fight, it just was made annoying by the implementation of the mini. Because he still wasn't that much of a threat. He vanished. Anyway, let's bring the horn back to the dwarves. Can't take any of this money. Huh. Anybody else notice the other shadow behind us? And anybody else real suspicious of the mysterious shadow that's just kind of following us around? Interesting. You know, I have one regret right now. And that one regret is that I used my one spell slot that I had for teleport. It's funny that we're running into these fishmen on our way out when this was meant to be like a whole underground lake situation. I just realized another thing. Huh. How will that work? So there's a fundamental problem that I just realized right now. Our guy who can cast Toad is out of spell points. How are we getting out? Is we had to use Toad to get in. Oh wait, no, he has more spell points left than I thought. Never mind, we're fine. We can just teleport. For some reason, I thought he only had the one spell point up there and I'd used it. Never mind. Everything's fine. I think he actually gained a spell point from leveling, so it ended up throwing my calculation off. That shadow's still following us, by the way. Did I talk to you? Stop! The Dwarven treasury up ahead. All non-dwarves are forbidden to enter. Well, you don't seem to be stopping me from actually entering, so I'm gonna enter. I'm gonna loot your treasury. Or not. You know, you could have told me there was a big-ass boulder down here between me and your treasury. I might have listened to that better than in Forbidden to Enter. Well, back up the stairs I go, I guess. Look, dwarves' skulls are pretty hard usually. I could probably just use his head to break through that boulder if he talks too much shit. Did I ever go in this room? Yeah, I figured this would be the end. Let me give you a brief description of your jobs. Warriors are weapon experts. Their advanced ability allows them to deal even more damage than normal, but they also get hit a lot harder. Monks are very resilient melee fighters. Their retaliate ability allows them to counterattack while on the defensive. Black mages are casters who specialize in offensive magic. Despite their appearance, they can take a few hits, too. Red mages can use both white and black magic, but they cannot use high-level spells from either school. And you just don't even talk about white mages, I see. Like, I'm assuming it only talks about the classes you have active, but I just found it very funny that that was just excluded, though Thief was too. Which is why I'm like, yep, it's only talking about jobs you have active at the time. But I just found it interesting that that was just conveniently excluded. But having an NPC that tells you what the jobs do is at least a bit better than I thought this was, in that I thought you just either had to have the manual in front of you or just had to figure it out. That is also a fair point. So considering they bothered to explain what a black magic user does, I feel like it's only fair that they would explain the other side too. Let's grab 20 regular potions. We don't have enough health to really be worrying too much about high potions, but I'll pick up a couple for emergencies. But how do they do it, though? How do they steal things? And really, all they told me about Monk is Monk punch good. And they told me what the word retaliate means. Still really suspicious of the mysterious shadow following me around. So I'm pretty sure that wasn't there before. And consider we had somebody disappear before our eyes, gee, I wonder if there could be something relating to this shadow that's following us around. Lally-ho, lally-ho, thank you for returning the horn. Put it back on the shrine beside the other. I'll take down the ward. Here we go, lally-ho. You can approach the shrine now and put the horn back where it belongs. Yep, because this isn't gonna backfire at all in the slightest. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Now let's watch this backfire on us somehow. Ah, I was disguised as your shadow. Thanks for leading me up to the shrine. And that's also why there was conveniently an open space in the middle of the shrine, I'm sure, is for this very moment. Now both horns are mine. Yunk! And away! Yotsuko steals the horns of ice. What? How did you do that? And why do you keep stealing the horns in the first place? You silly twits. These are the horns of ice, warded against the fire crystal's flame. They're the key to the tunnel leading to the crystal. Now that I have them both, the power of the crystal of fire is mine. Mine! And now you have the great question of the day. Why did the invisible man cast a shadow? I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't supposed to be casting a shadow, but they didn't actually fix that in the rendering engine. So because there was an entity there, there was a shadow there. That's just the right amount of slackassery that I would expect it from these games. Ah, of course, of course. Gotta replicate the suspicious cigarette somehow. Yeah, you both already have ice helms. Already have one ice armor. Yeah, that's already done. I mean, that would be my response to a cigarette floating around behind me, too. Which, admittedly, I didn't try to interact with the shadow. I should have, just to see if something would happen. And maybe I should have tried using the talk command, too, to see if people would actually, like, talk about, like, why is there this thing following us? Anybody know what that is? Because that would have actually been funny. Let's grab an ice staff, though, because I feel like dual ice staffs might be better than a fire staff going into the fire area. Just a thought. Wild concept, I know, but I think it might be worthwhile. There's also a world in which those bells are used by white mages, I just realized, and that might be why bells are on sale here. Yep. I tested that earlier on, and I was very annoyed, so I just never used bows again. Because I do not want to sit there and have to keep buying more ammo. Yeah, unfortunately the Moogles are attached to a system we cannot use, really, so I've just not been speaking to them anymore. I spoke to them once and then never again. I came back up here to save, since we can't save indoors. There we go. Because I assume we're going back down to the cave we were in order to go to the tunnel. Considering, well, then again, maybe I just need to sail around to that cave, actually. Because there didn't seem like there was any tunnels down there in the underground lake. And he ran out up. So why would he be going back to the cave? Hi, mermaids. It is Mermay, apparently, so good timing. No, my 1 hit point. Ow, my 64 hit points. That's much more of a problem. I mean, it's more fitting if they're attacking me for them to be a bit angry. It wouldn't really make much sense for the one coming out and attacking us to be happy. They'll never get us on the other side of the boat. They'll never figure it out. The thing that always bugs me about ship combat in these games is, why don't we have cannons on these ships? Why don't we just fire a couple rounds of cannonballs into the monsters attacking the ship instead of swinging our swords at them? That's what's always gotten me. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna knock your attack down a little bit because I feel like a fire sword is not gonna be a good idea where we're going. Whether that backfires or not, well, we'll find out. Off the boat, please. Thank you. Yep, Molten Cave. Kind of figured. And it was a good idea. Oh, hey. We're in boss's recolored territory now, huh? Actually, is that even a recolor, or is that just... No, because it was Land Turtle for the boss, and now it's Adamatoise. It's anything like the Adamatoise from the last game. This is gonna take a bit. But what I'm hearing is I would really like the Saga series better, which is not much of a shock. I think that might be punishment for what I just said. Lunith might have just gotten nuked because I said I might like Saga better. Just got obliterated immediately. It's like, fine, pay for your sins. And yeah, them being original Game Boy games for the most part were why I never ended up playing them. Because I didn't do much with the original Game Boy outside of things I've been doing for, like, clearing games quickly these days. That's been about my only interaction with that console that much. Or, well, yeah, it is still a console even though it's portable. Well, yeah, considering it was called Legends, why would you know it as a Saga game until people give that information later? Fair enough. But based on that, I get the feeling this place is going to, I don't know, be kind of dangerous. That is impressive, especially for a Game Boy game. Though there are apparently some fairly expansive RPGs on the Game Boy. Oh, we got the bomb recolors already, the balloons, and marshmallow. You know, this is gonna be a bit of a flaw, too. You only have fire attack magic, but at the same time, you've got swords. Now, I made the assumption that the red marshmallow was going to be immune to the physical attacks. Yep, Antarctic wind, that's expected. Oh joy, they're gonna be blinding us all with screen flashing again. Game design! Okay, at least it's not rapid like it was in some of the other ones. I was expecting just constant every step. I believe so. Based on the hit point totals, I think it did hurt me a little bit. I think every flash is doing like 10. We'll check more thoroughly here in a second. You chose, unfortunately, the most awkward time to ask that. But I'll take a look at what the actual HP totals look like after this fight, and then we'll walk until a red flash happens and see what happens. Because I feel like the only reason for it to be flashing like that would be it doing damage. Though it would be an odd choice for it to not do damage in the original version and then do damage in this version. But perhaps they realized the very same thing you're pointing out of like, it doesn't make sense for it not to hurt you to walk on lava. Well, no, it flashed again partway across the way. That's why I'm theorizing that it does just... Yeah, see, it flashed there, too. So we've got 216, 237, 282, 158. Flashed again. Yeah. We lost, I think, 10 HP on everybody. Because we had 158 on Reffi, and now we have 148. That's what I thought happened. I was pretty sure I was at full when I walked in here. Nasty. Also, the fact that it deals damage every time you leave an encounter and every time you close a menu is kind of fucked up. Because it flashed every time I opened and closed the menu and every time we left the fucking encounters. That is disgusting. Who the fuck thought that was okay? Like, that has to be a code bug. For it to deal damage that way, that is almost certainly a code issue. Ow. 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 Yeah, wow, this is going to suck a bit. I get the distinct feeling I'm about to be punished again for not having a dedicated white mage. And I say that purely on the basis of we're going to be punished because of available spell points, not because of amount of healing or anything. Just the amount of times I can cast it is going to be where the issue is. Had I thought about it more, I probably would have bought more regular potions and more high potions before coming in here. Because I should have assumed that this was going to be full of lava damage. And I could leave, but I don't wanna. I got distracted for a second and just suddenly took piles of issues there. Oh no, I know why I see that. I saw a weird light, but it's because one of the curtains in the other room is slightly askew. But it tripped my brain for a second. I'm like, wait, why is there extra light on the ceiling there? And yeah, exactly. Red Mage gets its dual swords and gets to wear actual armor as opposed to a White Mage who just gets obliterated. Ow. Also, ow. Crock of shit is more like. Oh, this is annoying. On the bright side, to a degree, this is actually an opportunity to balance the party's experience a little bit. The best part is, the dwarf literally told us, like, oh yeah, black mages can take a little bit of a hit. Not like that, apparently. Not from 2 Crocuttas. Meanwhile, red mage taking 20 damage. Literally no one else in this party is taking even half the damage Refia did from these things. Oh yeah, a stiff breeze they can handle for sure. There we go. I get the distinct feeling that these things would probably die much faster if I hit them with magic, which is why they targeted and eviscerated our only real attack caster. Because, again, while Ark has attack magic, he's only got fire attacks. Oh, and your attacks occasionally put people to sleep. Of course. Of course. This game really did go back to the logic of the first game a lot more. Or I feel. Where most of the logic is, hey, fuck you. Which is funny to think about, considering when I started this game, I'm like, this feels easier. But I also called out at the time that I'm going to regret having said that. Is that... I feel like this is a situation of it's overall easier, but there's just these random middle fingers scattered around. Well, Refia needs to find her organs again first, and then I can ask her questions. Because right now they're kind of over there. Some of it's on the floor right there, and it just really looks terrible. Kind of ending up there a bit, yeah. She was doing great up until this dungeon. Like, she was one of the longest standing members of the party most of the time. How did this sneak up on us? Excuse the fuck out of me. How did you get snuck up on by a giant fucking turtle? Sometimes I wonder if that bow's actually on the front of Refia's hat and she can't see shit. I swear. You know what would be a better thing for this game to have explained? Than explaining what the jobs themselves do, by the way? What the job levels actually do. Is maybe it's just me, but I haven't noticed an appreciable difference when they're gaining job levels. Like, they just seem to be kind of there. Like, I have to assume something in their statistics or something is impacted by their job level? But I have nothing giving me any real indication of it. Because I was checking earlier when they were gaining a few levels at a time, and I didn't notice any difference in their stat lines or anything, or any major difference in their performance. But maybe job level just impacts what the special ability does? Like the scaling for that, maybe? Go for it, because this game hasn't given me anything to work with for that. It seems like spell points were coming more from raw levels than job levels even then, so that wasn't a guarantee there. So basically what I was saying already, where it just makes them not very noticeably better. So one thing I will say, and this might be cursing me, that I haven't really noticed an accuracy issue in this game yet. They haven't really been missing. What I've also noticed is we didn't really get new gloves of any kind for a while. Yeah, but I feel like if you have to have a really high level and then change to notice, that's not a very impactful system. Like, you can definitely tell that this is where they were first testing this system rather than it being fleshed out in any way yet. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just one of those things where it is very clear that this is the first time they were using this system. Yeah, it definitely felt like it mattered in 5, from my experience with it. For this, it really just feels like equipment availability and spell points on-off is literally all the job system does, as it stands. High potion, okay. Not really worth roasting my nuts for, but, you know, I guess it happened. This might be the first dungeon where we actually leave and come back to it. Just because of the resource drain of running around in here. Or because of the lava. Also, we're immediately getting more recolors. Because we just had manticores in the last Est Cave, and we've got these again. Well, I'd have to go pretty far out of my way to do that. Because there isn't a magic shop in the dwarf area. I'd have to go all the way back to the villages on the other end of this landmass to go get Blizzard. I don't know if I'm that worried about it. To that degree. Refia has more than enough casts of Blizzard, and Ark's gonna be busy healing most of the time anyway. Oh great, we have had our first petrification incident. Thanks, Ingus, for demonstrating how petrification works. Could you kindly stop being petrified now? Okay, good, it's dead. Oh. And so is that. Okay, very good. That could have gotten a lot worse. But this is exactly what I mean. One encounter like that, I'm already having to go back into my potion pouch to keep people from just dying immediately. This is why I'm like, I definitely need to at least buy a lot more potions. There was also a side path over here I didn't go down. So we're going back for that before we even consider the stairs. There's a very real part of me that is genuinely considering just giving up on the idea of class variety at all and just getting more casters. But I want to see what the next crystal has to offer for me before I make decisions like that at this point. We're heading towards the next crystal, so there's not really a reason to make a decision like that until after I get that crystal. Is safe bet, when we get that crystal, we get more classes. I am so sick of these Adamatoises already. Like, at least they're not as bad as the Adamatoises from 2, but they are getting very tedious to deal with. They're not as bad as the things that actually manage to do damage to us, for the most part. Because even with them, like, thrashing Refia like that, they only thrashed one person instead of half the party losing half of their health. But it's still not great. Can I please walk more than 5 feet without being attacked by a fucking turtle? Like, for fuck's sake. Okay, this one's gonna die without having done anything. Turn order in this also feels mildly questionable. Is we've had two examples back to back there of wildly different results with our turn order. Freezing Blade, that sounds like exactly what we need in here. Ice Damage Sword, yes. Okay, that'll solve Ark's damage problem. But we are getting out of here right now so that when I come back, we don't have to go down those passages. I'm not even sure which ones that's a spell even in there, Lark. Welcome in. Because that is definitely not a spell I've ever even heard of. I mean, Cure has ended up having like 7 different names over time, so I wouldn't be surprised. This is not the one I wanted. Want the one down the end here, because this is where items live. First we rest to put our bodies back together again. Actually, no. I keep thinking the one pointing towards the beds is the inn. It's actually the other way around. Give me 7 high potions and an obnoxious amount of regular potions. In fact, you know what? Just max out the count at this fucking rate. Yeah, Kiraja, Kiraga. It again undergoes many different names. Which, that's a whole other thing. Oh, I completely didn't even use the fucking inn. God damn it. I'm just trying to move things along rather than wasting my time, and instead I waste my time a different way. Because my initial intention had been to use the inn first. So brain went, oh, I used the inn already. Lark, please. Also, there are no mods. I am the only one here. I am the only one that exists. So you stay or go at just purely my discretion. Do with that information what you will. I am the law. We're also going into Ad Hell, so that'll be what it'll be. Which also means I'm getting up for a moment. Continue the pattern of not just sitting here the whole time. Back in a moment. They love reusing their music. Because why make new music when you can just use the same music? Even better, they can get away with calling it a callback because they just use the same music. And then it somehow gets reframed as a positive thing. You did a critical hit and did 0 damage. Why are you even here? Why have you even bothered to approach this ship? Like, literally the only one in this party they could hurt at all is Refia. Welcome back from the ads, everybody that had to deal with them. You didn't miss anything. I started sailing back to the cave, encountered this fight that has no business even being here, and we're just working our way through it. Because they do negligible damage to everyone that isn't Refia, but they have enough health that it takes a few hits to kill them. Which kind of indicates to me that our damage is a bit lacking right now. Is for them to be that unable to hurt anybody that has an actual health bar? That tells me we should be just destroying them very easily. But since we're not, clearly something is out of whack there. But really, out of this party composition, I think the only one I would end up changing would be Ingus changing to something else, because he's just not been very effective. And it's probably because I'm not using his mechanic, but his mechanic also doesn't seem like it does a ton. Because even when I used Advance, it didn't do that much more. So it just didn't seem worth doing anything with. Which kind of tells me that it's like, okay, he probably should be something else, but by the same token, what do I make him? Which, honestly, with the jobs I have available, the only real option would be making him another red mage. I like only walking 5 feet, don't you? It's my favorite thing! I swear some dungeons in this game are far worse about the encounter rate than others. This one in particular feels like it's got a higher encounter rate than normal. Oh, absolutely, but it's a matter of I will point it out. I don't really care myself that much, as long as it's decent. I have a bit of an issue when they take a bland and kind of bleh track and reuse it a bunch, like some things have done, but as long as it's good, you know, by all means, use it all you want. It's your thing. But I will still point it out because it is them taking a shortcut. Could we stop getting back attacked by things, please? Like, we have had more back attacks in the past, like, 10 to 20 minutes in this dungeon than we have the entire rest of this game. This dungeon sucks. It has a higher encounter rate and apparently a higher back attack rate for some fucking reason. And I'm gonna keep asking for a lot. I can ask for anything I damn well want. It's not like I'm ever gonna get it anyway, so I can just ask for whatever I fucking want. Exactly. You can't beat that one. The logic is infallible. Good lord, we're already down over 20 potions just keeping ahead of the drain in this area. All just so that Ark's small spell pool doesn't get burned through completely before we do anything of merit. Yeah, the other problem I have with the warrior class so far is it's not even that much more durable than the other classes. Like, so far, durability-wise, Ark and Ingus have been basically on the same level, because they wear the same armor. And even if we look at stat lines, 40 defense on Ingus the Warrior, 32 defense on Ark the Red Mage. So there is a little bit of a difference. But that is the shield making the difference. And just to make a point, I'm gonna take his shield away for a second. The Red Mages can also wear the shields. So it really makes me wonder what the point to the warrior is. We take enough L's. I don't think I need that. And where does this actually open? Okay, good, it opens here. I was expecting to have to walk through more lava after the door opened. No, I got the joke. I just decided to take it and turn it into a different one. I also can't stop seeing the marshmallow as just a disembodied head. I have to assume those flappy things on the sides are meant to be its arms because of how the flans and such normally look. But it just looks like ears. It's just a goopy head that's just kind of wobbling around trying to murder us for some reason. And since I couldn't unsee it, now all of you have to deal with it too. Do with that information what you will. Who knows, maybe it's a Diglett situation. Maybe there's a whole body under there. See what those silence seals do. So we now have 2 of them. Okay, it's just a silence inflicting thing. Okay. Right, because this game doesn't have accessories. So it's not like it would be something that would protect us against getting silenced. Unless those gloves and such are the accessories of this game, so you only get, like, just mild defense increases till way late or something. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, are we in the crystal room already? Apparently we are. Huh, so I could have actually just gotten here without having turned around. Probably better that I did, though, so I have the extra spell slots and everything. Ha ha ha! I have the power of fire! I can feel it coursing through my veins. But it's not enough. I must defeat you, those who've been blessed with the light, to gain the true power of the Crystal of Fire. Now, die! Oh, look at you shaking the ground with every step. You've clearly gotten stronger. Let's go attack you. Oh no! He's become that. Huh. Okay. You are Salamander now. Good for you? Huh. Hey, what if I poison you? How do you feel about that idea? Okay, that stings. And of course, him being a boss, he gets 2 turns. Of course he does. $712. Yeah, that works pretty well. Yeah, I didn't figure that was gonna work. I don't even know why I bothered to try. I don't even know why I bothered to keep that spell. It is yet to work. Not that we've tried very often, but bosses are the one thing I would care to try it on, and it just has yet to work. Is they're the only things with enough health to have poisoning them matter. Yeah, 305 is about right, considering he's got an ice sword. I don't anticipate this combat lasting that long, compared to the other ones. No, you probably should cure the party, though, because half of us are hurting, and he may pull out something much more dangerous at any time. I probably should have went for a cure. Well, that's fine. Bold of you to assume we have spells that are worth anything in this party yet. This party kinda sucks, and is going to continue to do so for an unknown amount of time. Shocking concept that the first game that has jobs in it does a bad job of it. Oh wow, Blizzard 1 does like nothing. Right, and Cura, everybody back into good shape. Well, good being a relative term, but good enough. Actually, with how many times you get bit, go ahead and retaliate. That might do more. He says, fully lying to himself, but hoping for the best. Your attacks honestly have been very good with that ice sword, so just do that. Let's just hit him with thunder instead, since Blizzard 1 does fuck all. Yeah, that's how early Final Fantasy works, Lark. Well, Luna's dead. Again. Yeah, 1 and 3 both have spell slots, which are a constant thorn in my side, because it renders your casters way worse. That's just how it works. That's how the early games are. Yep, kind of figured Refia was gonna just get immediately chomped. This is why most of these encounters involve me just kind of skirting through by the skin of my teeth. You and a lot of people, but there is just a very significant difference. Actually, no. You go ahead and use another Phoenix down to get Refia back, because your attack is the weakest. You go ahead and attack. Since everybody else's health is okay, go ahead and attack, because we need to move this thing's health bar along or we're gonna fucking die. For the way these games are designed, I feel like the MP system is much more effective. Because it gives you reasonable utility to actually utilize the tools you have instead of, oh hey, I cast 5 spells and then I'm fucking capped out and can't do shit. Case in point, the situation we're running into now is our regular cures don't do anything on the scale of what we need here. And since he gets 2 attacks, he can just do very nasty things to us constantly. And I don't even know why I'm bothering to revive Refia, because it's a safe bet that I know exactly what's about to happen here. And I'm pretty confident that thing that's about to happen is he's going to use Fire Breath this turn. Because I'm 90% sure he's doing that every other turn. Though she's getting a Blizzard off before it happens, so maybe it'll make the difference, haha. Oh no, he is biting again. Somebody's going... No, nope, bite and Fire Breath, it's over. That is our first legitimate loss. I say legitimate loss because it's the only fight we lost without already being debuffed to hell by a required mechanic of the game. Now, I've got a very good question, though. And it's leveled at the designers of this game. In what world is it fair that that thing can do an area attack that does a good 200 damage to the entire party at a minimum every other turn? Like, that is basically a, hey, do you have a good healer check? If you don't, you fucking lose. Okay, we're making a change. Because I have to, clearly. Dingus, you're becoming a red mage again. Because you are clearly not cutting it as a warrior. A warrior is just not what this party needs. You end up just largely useless to us as a warrior because warriors don't seem to mechanically do anything. He does lose some defense because he no longer has the gauntlets that he had, though. That is one issue. And I'm gonna have to rest to get him his spell slots. Actually, no, I think his spell slots don't activate until he finishes converting. Let's check by resting. This is the second time I've felt compelled to have to change classes to deal with what the game is putting in front of me. Which, that's fine? To a point? Like, I feel like the damage output that Fire Breath has is kind of out of scale with the rest of the game, is my problem with it. But we also had things that were just one-shotting people, too. So I might just be behind the level curve, which is a possibility. Okay, no, he does have his spell slots. And as you can see, he has a lot of them. Like, job level really doesn't impact your spell slots much at all. He's missing one level 2 spell slot compared to a much more proficient red mage. And this is why I'm like, what is the situation here with job levels? Like, I have to assume that his spells are going to be weaker. But that was, like, gonna be the most noticeable difference there. So let's go burn more of our life to go buy spells. Because clearly, you can't have nice things in this game. So you gotta do backtracking to go buy more things. Because the game decides what you have is just not gonna be useful at all. Now, don't get me wrong, I called out the fact that me using primarily fire on somebody was going to end up having a problem at some point. But it also still stands true that he is having to spend most of his time healing. So actually, there's another change we should make to this party composition here in a moment. But we'll deal with that in a moment. Is there's a specific decision I have to keep making that is not a benefit to us. And that is specifically, we're actually gonna flip Ark and... Oh, fuck's sake, game. Goddamn double inputs. Yeah, we're gonna flip Ark and Ingus's setups for this point in time. Where Ingus is gonna have 2 swords, and Ark is gonna have the sword and the shield. His Ark is gonna be prioritizing healing as his first priority move for the most part. Ingus is there to heal when we have a lot of damage on us, and not all the time. Whereas Ark is going to try to keep the health bars from reaching a point where that's going to be an issue in the first place. And the reason for giving Ark the shield is so that he will hopefully survive better. Oh, he was already doing a great job of living previously. I'm worried that the moment he starts actually focusing on healing, Salamander's just gonna focus on dumpstering him. Oh wait, no, this town's useless. Because this town got trashed. I'm gonna have to waste a fair amount of time here, actually. Because in order to get lower end spells, I'm gonna have to go much further back. Well, not ridiculously far back, but further back. Which on the bright side gives us plenty of time to make sure that anybody whose job is changing changes effectively and properly. But it's still an inconvenience. And considering the performance of Blizzard 1, I'm not even going to bother picking up regular Blizzard. I am going to go get him Blizzara, because that clearly did a lot. So I'm going to get Blizzara for Ingus and Ark both from the town over to the left. I'm going back over here. Actually, why am I going back now that I think about it? No, there's no point in going back. I forgot that Ingus already had Cure. And I was originally going to go get him Blizzard as well, but thinking about it more, him having Blizzard will only be good for the path to the boss. Against the boss, it's useless. It only did like 100 in the hands of our best caster, so it's gonna do fuck all in anybody else's hands. And compared to the Freezing Blade's damage, there's not even gonna be a discussion there. The Freezing Blade will be much better for Ingus to use. It'll be a case of he fires off his Blizzaras and then switches to stabbing. Unless we absolutely need just that extra bit of healing padding put on. I'm just annoyed because this is going to add an extra bit of messy numbers here. Because he's going to have a job that's going to have an extra couple levels that are irrelevant for him. So at the end of the day, I should have just made him a damn red mage from the word go, probably. Based on what we found about how warriors are just not useful. Let me double check there were no gloves or anything here while we're near this shop as well. Yeah, no. There's headbands, but that's only useful for monks. If I turned somebody into a white mage, grabbing mage robes would be useful, but obviously we didn't, so that doesn't matter. And obviously, my idea of keeping the flame mail was a good idea, to a point. It clearly was not enough to stop the problems regardless. Where was the spell shop in this place? Because there was a spell shop here. Oh yeah, it was right front and center. Duh. I'm used to the spell shops being off to the side, so that's why I immediately went that way. So I need 2 Blizzaras and a Cura. And now we're broke again. So, Ingus. Oh, right, I need to unlearn spells. Because this is a fun mechanic. Having to sit here and play the spell juggling game. There we go. Now he's got Cure and Cura. He's got Blizzara. Is what's more than likely gonna happen is Ark's level 3 slots are gonna be for Cura. Ingus is gonna be supplementing the Curas and such with regular cures as needed, like situations where we get hit with Fire Breath. So it's more likely I'm going to just use his spell slots for more front-loaded, just blast the thing to hell and back with piles of Blizzara until it stops moving. Because that drastic damage difference between everything else we used and Blizzara was a little noticeable. Use the Chocobo to get back to the boat so we don't have a bunch of useless encounters along the way across here. We'll have plenty of useless encounters on the boat on the way back up anyway. Which, I suppose technically they won't be completely useless because they'll start helping me rebuild my money. I thought I bugged out the encounters for a moment by taking the Chocobo up to it. Because we actually got a decent distance without getting attacked. Dum dee 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 dim dee dee. And just to make sure we're as well off as we can, I'm gonna stop off at the inn in the dwarf town again. Make sure we're as good as we're gonna get. The alternative is I actually spend some time grinding levels which for the most part I don't feel underleveled, so I don't really feel compelled to do that. It's just that boss fight that just felt like a slap in the face. And it was purely the fire breath. The regular attacks were mostly fine. Just that fire breath is nasty. And he can use it all the fucking time. If you could at least, like, get a... like, any kind of protection spells, it would also be okay, because you could then just mitigate it. At least somewhat. But that doesn't seem to exist. And I could just spam the Antarctic winds at him too, I guess. Would rather keep them so we have some money, but... might very well have to do that so that Luneth's turns matter more. Because that might end up being the thing, is like everybody else uses their actual magic and Luneth just throws rocks at him. So, Luneth was still doing decent damage with just punching. Like, a little over 100's not terrible. And the occasional 200. This whole having 2 red mages and then everything else thing bothers my brain. Like, there is a part of my brain that is variety seeking and looks at this and is just sad. But I clearly don't really have much of another choice here. Is the scenario is quite literally, I grind, or I try this. These are my 2 options for winning this fight. And I really don't fancy the idea of grinding. Especially at this point in the stream where we're 3.5 hours in. The grinding would then mean that a large chunk of the remaining stream probably would end up being me just doing the same meh fights 1,000 times. Not literally 1,000 times, but you get the point. It would be a lot of pointless repetition just to get us past a fight. And I understand that this genre is predicated upon said repetition, but I would like to repeat while moving forward, or where possible. Just stepped up here to get out of the lava for a second to use potions, so we don't just lose health the second I close the damn menu. You know what would be very funny? If you could use things like mini on the bosses. Maybe you can. I don't know if I would bother to try, because it probably would take a lot of casts to make it work, even if it could work. But that would just be comedy right there. Just keep killing, just keep killing, we've got nothing else to do. Also, love how I just got done healing and now Refia needs to be healed again. At least we're not standing on lava right now. Yeah, Luneth is the one with the worst situation experience-wise right now. Ark is unsurprisingly the one with the best experience situation because he has survived... He is now the one who has survived the most encounters. Refia and Ingus have lined back up again. Luneth is just in a bad way. But considering we got 250 experience from that fight, for example, where there was 2 enemies, it would take 10 of those encounters to get Luneth a level right now. Just to use that for example's sake of why I don't really want to do the grinding. The encounters themselves don't take a long time, but it's still longer than I would want to spend. So we will get a sizable chunk of them just on the way. So we'll see when I get a little bit closer just how close to leveling we end up actually being, and then I will think about it. His one level could make a difference. Problem being, I would then have to leave in order to not just lose that level if we fail. And that's where the problems kind of come in there. Because then it would genuinely be wasted time. Because we wouldn't even have the levels to show for it. Welcome back. All you've missed is me being aggravated in this place because we lost a salamander. The fire breath is way more damaging than like anything else we've dealt with. Which feels very reminiscent of the first game where magic damage just kind of came out of nowhere as a major issue. And I'm glad you're enjoying Chrono Cross. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. He absorbs the power of the fire crystal, and salamanders are usually used as, like, the elemental of fire in a lot of things, so... It makes some sense. Not a lot of sense, but some sense. More sense than the random Medusa losing its body. Yeah, that's why Ingus is suddenly a red mage now, is because I'm upping the amount of healing I can do to compensate for fuckery where I can, / also preparing to just eviscerate him with all of the second level blizzards I have. I mean, this is true, and the main thing Medusas do is petrify, so it's not like they need a body for that. But the case of the mysterious disappearing body is still strange. What's our experience looking like? Yeah, it's not really worth trying to grind another level. All we would do is get 1 level for Ark in a reasonable amount of time, and that's not even that reasonable. That's 3 encounters. Plus to get him a level. Is there literally anything else up my sleeve here? No, unfortunately, the only other thing up my sleeve is my elbow, and that doesn't help. We have 2 Antarctic Winds I could have Luneth use. Really suffering from a lack of barrier spells. They had a good idea having them in the second game, and then they just kind of forgot they exist, I guess. And I cannot skip this, huh? Lovely. I don't know why he doesn't transform in this scene. He just walks forward, shaking the ground for some reason, holds up a thing, and then suddenly he's a salamander now. It's very weird. Anyway, Blizzara. Also, Blizzara. Did I mention Blizzara? I'm gonna try to hold the Antarctic winds for the moment, so I can recoup some of the money I've had to burn. Okay, yeah, Ingus's Blizzara is way weaker. Just go ahead and burn your other level 2 slot on the Cura then, so we can fix Refia and any other damage that might happen. You go ahead and use your other Blizzara. You just keep on doing what you're doing. So clearly job level does impact your spell damage a bit then. But it's, again, only seriously noticeable when you bring in somebody who is way worse. Like, he's down a good, like, 10 job levels. Healing-wise, though, still very worthwhile. Though 100 from a Cura is not great, but, you know. We've already done significantly more damage this time compared to before. You've got the Ice Sword, so go ahead and hit him. You keep hitting him. You are out of Blizzaras now, so you're just kind of sad. See if Arrow does anything, because that's not a healing spell slot. And you keep Blizzaraing. I've given up on the Poison Dream already because it didn't work. Ow. Oh, and now it's the turn where Fire Breath comes out. Great. Thump. I should have just preemptively cast a heal, but I forgot that he does it at this point. Because I feel like it took him longer to start doing that before, but maybe it's damage-based when he decides to start doing that. That did less than nothing. Great. Great, I love that for me. That is my favorite thing. This fight sucks. This is such a night and day damage change compared to what we were dealing with before, that it's just kind of disgusting. Like, his physical attacks hurt, but they really are only a major issue for Refia, and he's just happened to target her hard, which has made that a problem. The Fire Breath, though, is just disgusting across the board. Of course, you know, if he just never stops critting Ingus, the extra defense he has doesn't fucking matter, does it? This fucking game. Of course, I'm gonna revive everybody, and next turn he's gonna Fire Breath and everybody's gonna be dead again. He is, of course, going to be faster than us. So I don't even know why I bothered. I don't even know if all the cures in the world are gonna fucking matter here. See if you can actually get that Blizzara off, because maybe we'll be lucky and it'll be faster. Yeah, that's one cure going off before. Not the one that'll do enough, but better than nothing. Yep, there's the Fire Breath. It's so fucking over. Like, even if I had a dedicated White Mage, unless I was literally having said White Mage casting Cure every turn, I don't think I could keep ahead of the Fire Breath damage. they do not give you enough time between fire breaths to recover with how much damage it's doing. Like, I could have mitigated that somewhat by just shoving high potions in everybody's faces, but that would be the entire turn. And the fact that he bites as well, that's a lot to account for. And I don't think guarding would matter. I don't think it protects against something like Fire Breath. But we've also only tried guard against physical attacks? So it could do something? That is a thing that I remember more or less being a mechanic in one of the fights in 5, is basically every other turn you had to guard or you lose, basically. So I'm wondering if this guy's a situation. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is just badly scaled. Considering we have people wearing fire armor, which was seeming to benefit against fire magic, but doesn't affect fire breath at all, really. I feel like his fire breath calculation is just bad. Like, that seems like the realistic answer there is something in the damage calculation for fire breath went wrong. Wait, he just did that last turn. He did 2 fire breaths in a row this time. I more heartily disagree than before with this situation. Let's see if we can get these high potions off. If we can, we're actually still in this. If we can't, we're SOL. Nope. Random turn order. Yay! That is another complaint I have with this game, is I have no idea how turn order works in this game. It almost seems like it doesn't. Because it really feels like whoever goes in what order is fucking random. Which makes it impossible to plan anything. Because every move you make might not matter. Because they might just happen to go faster than you this time. Oh no, you lose because he went faster than you this time. Just like, what the fuck do you do? The thing is, you could say that about a lot of the early Final Fantasies, but usually you can kind of grin and bear it and get through. This one, at least this fight, does not seem like you can kind of just grin and bear it and get through it. This is just, hey, see this cinder block? We're dropping it straight on your balls, and we're gonna keep doing it until we stop up feeling like it's funny. Is we don't know how to design boss fights without just kicking the player in the dick. The fire breath attack itself is fine. If he kept to every other turn using it, it would be fine. But as evidenced there, well, that's 2 very different sentences. Congratulations on the 3-stream streak there, Peachy. Well, welcome to me railing against game design of a game that got remade, so it should have been past the era where this kind of game design was the norm. But clearly, instead of fixing it, based on bosses having been made stronger in this version, apparently, they've, if anything, been made worse. Well, no, what this means, Jess, is I'm going to burn time in between sessions to grind, so y'all don't have to watch me do it, and I don't have to sit here and try to figure out topics to talk about while I want to rip my own head off. It will be better for everyone involved that way. The problem is, there's always a crapshoot situation with that kind of design too, because what do I do if I end up overgrinding and making the rest of the game too easy instead? That's always just a constant concern I have. But if they're gonna keep designing it like this, I don't know if that's possible. That was gonna be the follow-up sentence. Yeah, exactly. But bear in mind, I don't know what I'm getting into. I only have the other games to use as context, but clearly that context is out the window here. Because I'm starting to wonder if they went on some kind of hilarious bender of a magical concoction of drugs to come up with this game design. See, and I would accept that if it was even remotely consistent. But the other, like, 90% of this game so far has been such a piss-easy cakewalk that this comes out of left field. And that's where it becomes a problem. If everything in here was I'm getting through by narrow margins and everything is really nasty, I'd understand and accept this fight as it is. But it stands in stark contrast to the rest of the game. And that's where I have a problem with it. It just doesn't make sense. Like, by all means, have the Guardian of the Crystal be stronger than the things before it. But I feel like it's still out of scale. That could easily be. It could genuinely be they fucked up the scaling in the remake. I could absolutely believe that being true. And if it was more akin to the first game in that everything was trying to destroy me, I could understand that. Like, that would all make perfect sense. But hence why we have the issue we have right now is presumably then because of the alterations made. Which also means that most people would have had issues getting through this game because this was the first version you get in English. So here is a good question. In what ways were these dungeons made easier? Is the enemy encounters still can be quite nasty, we just are strong enough to clear them before they can be a major problem? Is their damage output is fairly high, but a simple blizzard clears most of these encounters very rapidly. So a properly kitted and equipped party can just chew right through this without it being a major issue. The main reason, other than the fire breath damage, that Salamander's even an issue is because of how much health it has. So you cannot just quickly clear it. Okay. So the theory then is that they reduced regular encounter health without reducing much else then, potentially. So I would say they definitely reduced encounter damage in the overworld, because overworld encounters have felt like they don't even need to exist. I don't think I've had a single overworld encounter be a threat, aside from the very beginning of the game. And the severe lack of tactical options you really have in this game kind of make it harder. Because again, I would be inclined to think that I had an advantage in 2 because of the fact that I was using all those buffs so much, which compensated for the fact that I didn't grind as much. Whereas here and in 1, you don't really have those. So you cannot scale yourself to the encounter without spending time. But especially since we're about to be hit with ads anyway, I guess I'm going to at least try to get A level before trying this again. Wasting my damn time. All because they don't know what a flat level curve looks like. Well, the problem is, based on how much less healing Ingus is doing, having converted to a red mage, I feel like even if I made somebody a dedicated white mage right now, their white magic spells would do very little actual healing. His magic is doing roughly half of what Arc's is. So I feel like I'd have to sit there and grind job levels regardless there. Well, the problem is, up until magic became more of a factor, job levels felt like they didn't do fucking anything. So this also kind of comes out of nowhere, because the only people using magic were our dedicated casters already, so you don't really notice the scale difference there too much. There is a point at which it seems like it shifts a fair amount. The bright side is, Ingus's job level will go up much more rapidly than anything else because his job level is still low. Annoyingly, you can't actually see job level experience progress at all. Because God forbid that be tracked on screen anywhere, so you could actually tell, oh hey, they're actually close to a level, so taking another encounter to get another job level would matter. And I understand that I'm ranting a lot. I would like to believe that my ranting is justified, but I also fully understand that it is probably getting tiresome. It doesn't help when the game kicks me while I'm down like that by petrifying Arc. Can't have shit in this town. And the problem with making anybody into a white mage is based on the way Refia just gets torn in half. Any white mage we make will die. They will just die a miserable death. They will stand no chance against those physical attacks, thus making a red mage really the only viable option for that situation. Despite the decreased spell slots, they at least have defense enough to stand against the physical attacks. Because consider, if you will, well, I may as well keep moving while I do this, even though I really badly want to talk with my hands for this. Consider, if you will, a scenario where I have a black mage, 2 red mages, and a white mage. 2 physical attacks come out a turn when he isn't fire breathing. Both physical attacks happen to target the white mage. The white mage is now dead. I now have to burn a turn, bringing the white mage back to life. Much like has happened to Refia on numerous occasions, where he just happens to target Refia twice with the physical attacks. it just seems like such a drastic weakness in the party, despite the healing advantage, that it just seems unwise to have a white mage for this fight. 'Cause I have to assume a white mage can only wear the same armor a black mage can, thus meaning they don't have defense. They just won't. And again, coming back to the fact that you cannot protect party members in a meaningful fashion, anyone who is fragile is a liability. As if I just happen to be unlucky and they get dumpstered, that is turn or an advantage going out the window. It would probably help a lot if I had one of those gloves that raise intelligence for Angus as well. Because he's at flat 14s across the board right now, as opposed to Ark's 16s in the relevant stats. So I would assume that has an impact as well. Considering, you know, Refi is sitting at 21. Which, wow, that's actually a lot higher than it was earlier. Didn't we look at her literally earlier this session and her intellect was like 16? Now it's 21? Somewhere in the past, like Dungeon and Change, her stats have drastically increased. That makes me wonder about something, actually. I think I might have had something click in my mind about how some of the level progression works, potentially. I'm wondering if you get set bonuses at, like, every 5 or something, and that's why when I tried to track it earlier, it didn't seem like it did anything. Because I was tracking individual levels. Like, on the bright side, as far as the grind goes, at the very least, levels and job levels level up together. So we're not, like, having to dedicate special time to grinding one or the other. Unless you are having somebody change jobs, obviously. Like we are right now. Well, I'm gonna end up teleporting out of here, so let's not even worry about saving magic as much anymore, I guess. Because we're gonna walk back through here in extra time, because we're burning so much of our level 1 magic. And so much of my patience with the petrifies. And considering this was the time I chose to throw a Blizzara, Luna's gonna miss out on the experience by being a statue. You ever get the feeling the game just knows? Also, why did we get more experience that time? Was it because it... Is that... Yeah, that's telling me how much each surviving member's getting. That's why they got more? Is because it wasn't being divided to Lunith because he got turned into a statue. It's just not printing out the full text saying surviving party members receive X. But we were getting 250 from that encounter every time. So for that number to have changed, that has to be the reason. Because that's the only variable that changed. Really likes giving me this encounter, doesn't it? Honestly, fuck it. You hit him with Blizara too, because if I'm gonna teleport, it doesn't matter. And it'll get us out of this encounter faster. Why am I not surprised? Is it any wonder that I get aggravated with these games when they do shit like this to me? The second I change a choice to make this go faster, they do the one thing they could do to make this take as long as possible and be as aggravating as possible. Like, I genuinely wonder sometimes if these games are fucking sentient with the shit they pull, so conveniently timed. Like, you can't make this shit up. I could not have better comedic timing with things like that if I tried. You know what else I'm wondering about? Both Ark and Refia have been gaining job levels. And I feel like Ingus's job level hasn't raised that much faster for how low his job level is. Then again, Luneth has also caught up in job level to Ark and Refia. So no, the theory I was about to put forth can't possibly be true. I was gonna say, I wonder if the job levels are a consistent same amount of experience needed every time, but that physically can't be true with Luneth having caught up in job level. That's physically impossible at that point. You know what? Something has occurred to me, and I'm gonna look it up. Hang on. So I want to see something. Okay, I'm not seeing recommended levels. That was the thing I was curious about, is whether any of the guides at a glance were going to mention a recommended level for encounters, because guides sometimes do that, sometimes don't. So I was curious to see what that situation was going to be. No, nothing's really giving me anything on that, and I'm not going to look too far, because I also don't want to spoil information for myself. I just wanted to see if there was a quick answer on that, and there isn't. Though both guides I looked at say that this fight shouldn't be a problem, which indicates to me that I then actually must be under-leveled then, for this to be as much of a problem as it is. Is one of the party compositions mentioned even was quite literally the same composition I had. So I must be the problem in some way. His both guides also mentioned that he's not that big a deal. Just as long as you watch out for the big AoEs he does. That's all that was mentioned. So, just based on getting to this point, I have to imagine that we're not that far behind. Like, we're probably only a couple levels behind. Like, maybe the recommended level will be like 20. Just basing that just on logic. Which could easily mean I'm wrong, because who knows what fucking logic they operated under when they made this. But what this means, basically, is we're gonna beat Salamander, and then we're probably gonna wrap up for the day, and I will spend some time getting us caught up job level wise with whatever jobs I end up switching people to from that crystal. And I guess gaining just some extra levels in between. Is God forbid they understand the concept of scaling. Yes, I'm gonna keep going on about that. No, I'm not going to be anything other than petty about it. There we go. Luneth is no longer a level behind. Basically still is a level behind, but in terms of numbers at least is no longer a level behind. Let's go ahead and lock that in, so that at least we can't lose that level. Yeah, because everybody was 17 and 16 when we came through to get here. Now everybody's 18. And everybody has job level 20 aside from Angus. Which, actually, you know what? That is one other thing I'm just gonna look up at this point. Just bear with me a second. I'm going to find out what the calculations here are, because it's driving me batty. Okay, and apparently there is a determining factor for turn order. And it is, as I had theorized, your agility is the determining factor, or supposed to be the determining factor for turn order. Which is what it should be, but it really felt like that wasn't the case most of the time. Holy shit, the formatting on this guide is a mess. There's so much of a sentence just dropped off to the side. Section 3 is jobs. So this is clearly either translated or it's for a different version. Even though this is supposedly in the DS section. This is talking about Onion Kid and things like that, which are not the jobs we have. Okay, yeah, apparently job level does directly influence stats according to that. So that did not hold up in my testing, but I'm inclined to believe people that spent more time with this than I did. I think it just takes a more significant amount of job levels to influence those numbers than I tested with. Since, like I said, I tested with only like a couple job levels different. It may very well be that it takes like 4 or 5 levels to move the meter, essentially. I also didn't even rest, so I don't know why I went back in. Aside from I got distracted trying to assist in making sense of how any of this shit works. It's clear that my understanding to this point is not sufficient. Refia has gained another job level. So if I look... Okay, no, her intellect went up by 1 when she gained that job level. Did it just happen to not go up when I looked? Because I swear, I kept track of those numbers when I was looking. Maybe I was just stupid last week. That's not an unheard of concept for me to just be stupid sometimes. Which then can invalidate all of my test results too. Let's restock on potions. At least this game lets me buy things in bulk. I don't have to sit here and buy 1 potion at a time. See, the 10 at a time with a discount would actually be a nice thing. I would accept that, because it would still be a drastic improvement over the original game system of buying 1 item at a time, and no other option. This right here is another thing that can lend itself to the inconsistency with difficulty, by the way. The fact that this entire landmass's encounters are all the same, as far as the overworld encounters go. So you end up with knockers and flyers and all of that junk. No, there's... Wait. Okay, here's a great question. Why are there Chocobo Woods here? Where's the Chocobo gonna go? Where are you going to ride the Chocobo to on this tiny-ass little island? Didn't even realize that was there. Just was walking around to do surface encounters because they're faster to defeat. But obviously I'm not gonna get any encounters now, because I asked for them. What I realized is they're worth 150 experience, but they take a turn to defeat. So, arguably it would be faster and more efficient to fight those. But the amount of steps it's taking me to trigger one is proving that that is not going to be the case. Well, back in the Cave of Hatred again, then. There we go. I was getting concerned with how far I walked without getting attacked. Now here's a thought. What if there's actually a calculation where your level difference relative to the area influences your encounter rate? Just think about that for a moment. Is that would explain why there was such a long period between encounters in the overworld versus down here, and now you'll notice I'm getting much less in the way of encounters down here, too. Like, I could easily just be losing my damn mind and sitting here with red string. But I wonder if that's actually a thing. Even having only gained one level, we're seeing a lot less encounters. Like, notice we've run basically through the entire place and have had 2 encounters. But we couldn't go more than 2 feet before without having an encounter. That's too radical a difference for there to not be some mechanic involved with that. Like, there has to be some mechanism there. I don't know if I'm just, like, losing my mind at this point, but I wonder if that's actually something. Also, the amount of fights we've done in Ingus has not gained another job level off of 5 makes me very sad. Considering even Refia has gained another job level since then. So we're gonna give it another swing as we are now that we've evened out everybody's level at least. Because I think we kept going in with Luneth down a level compared to everybody else. So we'll see if this makes any difference at all. And I'll just be much more careful. Is something I did spot confirmed a suspicion I had, at the very least, in that he starts fire breathing more as he gets weaker. So I think we were, like, very close to winning before when he was fire breathing every turn. We just could not finish the job. Like, I think just a bit of bad turn management might have been what made the difference between success and failure there. Is the one other thing I did notice, it only looked like he only had a couple thousand hit points. So not like absurdly high, but pretty high. So we're actually gonna just go ahead and open with the Antarctic Winds this time. Even though they don't do a ton, they do more than his direct physical attacks do. Actually, he rolled pretty well there. Ow! I'm so glad that I get a high roll and he gets a crit again. That is another thing that's been happening, is he is critting like a fucking bastard sometimes. Okay, yeah, he already is doing way better with his magic after just spending a little bit of time training. Go ahead and slam down a Cura. In fact, yeah, just slam it across the whole party. Because I anticipate bad things are about to happen to us. So Luneth might just die, unless that Cura goes off first. Now he bit first, and he bit again, but Luneth did still die. So that Cura actually is kind of wasted. Which is the problem with trying to cast these ahead of time. But that's the way we have to do these things. We've done a lot to him already. Like, we've definitely done over 2,000. I want to say we're nearing 4,000 damage at this point. Is Refia did 800, give or take, on both of her spells. And then everybody else combined did roughly the same. Even plus a little bit. So yeah, that'd be... just fudging numbers here for convenience sake. Roughly 2,000 a turn. So yeah, he has taken about 4,000 total. You're out of Blizzaras. Just guard for a second, Arc. I have a feeling that the Fire Breath's coming. And now Bite came out for Refia. Now the Fire Breath comes out, so it kills. Yeah, kind of figured. I don't think Guard did that much for that, because he usually only took like 160-ish from Fire Breath. So I think guarding is useless in this situation. You cure... Actually, no. Smarter move. You High Potion Luneth. Luneth, Phoenix Downs, Refia. I wish I could preemptively slap a potion in her face as she gets up. And actually, no. Rescale this. You attack because you have the most useful attack out of those that are here. You Phoenix Down. You High Potion Luneth if he survives long enough. Okay, no, 126. That's actually not anywhere near as good. Okay, at least we got Luneth's health back up, so he'll survive this. Or not. No, he did barely survive it. Just, it did so much damage to him that it basically didn't matter. So... we're still not in a good position here. is what this means. Just everybody high potion. Of course you happen to target him and get a fire breath off before anybody else moved. Okay, sure. But we lose again. This part of the fight is where the problem is. Like, he just starts hitting so fucking hard with the fire breath spam, and he just sometimes goes faster than us. We've had entire turns happen before he has a turn, and then other times we have him move twice before more than one person in the party moves. I don't fucking understand. Like, maybe I should have just thrown the other Antarctic Wind at that point and hoped it killed him instead? Because don't get me wrong, that Phoenix down right as we died there didn't matter. That was a wasted turn. But I didn't feel like anything I did with Luneth there was gonna matter. Like, it felt like that was just a loss already anyway. Is based on the fact that fully healing Luneth still means he just is down to 5 hit points from a fire breath. Means he's just a liability, unfortunately. Like, his entire benefit to the team right now is using items, because he's fast. But exactly the scenario I was talking about, though, keeps happening where Refi is getting taken out, because either he will attack and then fire breath, and the attack lands on her, or he'll just attack her twice, thus removing my entire damage pool, basically. Or at least the vast majority of my damage pool. And I don't think any amount of leveling is gonna take her out of the dies in 2 hits threshold. Unfortunately. Well, I should say, no amount of leveling without going up like 5+ levels would take her out of the 2-hit threshold. I'm pretty confident that she would stay within 2-hit death range at that point. You are more than welcome to put yourself through this if you really want to. You will be able to tell the difference far better than I can, considering you at least have the context of the other version. Oh, of course I'm getting attacked right before I go through the door. Of course I am. I do think that if I play my cards right, we can win in our current condition with our current lineup. It's going to just remain touch and go. And I think I made a critical error with the turn where Ingus attacked, is his attack did so little. I think if I had had him either heal or use an Antarctic Wind on that turn, I think it would have made a drastic difference. So speaking of things that'll make a drastic difference, there's actually something else I should do. And it's undo the change I made between Ingus and Arc. Is clearly, Arc will still do far more damage than Ingus ever can right now. Despite them having the same attack, there ends up being a drastic difference there, which I find very interesting, but it also makes it kind of mechanically frustrating, because if you have 2 characters with 60 attack, and the same strength, you would think they would deal the same damage. But apparently there's hidden calculations just on job level magic bullshit under the hood that makes that end up being wildly different. And I find that very irritating at times. Now don't get me wrong, 15 job levels is significant. I'm not trying to phrase that as there should not be a difference there at all. But I wish I could quantify that difference better. That's what I want, is I want to be able to look at the stat sheet and be able to tell what's going on. But unfortunately, there are pieces of the information you are not provided as a player. You have to just kind of crapshoot the information as you go. Oh, through trial and error, which I have no problem with trial and error. As you've seen, I'm willing to test things out and figure that out. Why did I cast Blizzard 1? Oh, right, because I'm busy losing my mind. Well, we probably are going to lose here because I've wasted turn 1 with Refia, which could easily mean she ends up accomplishing nothing this fight, because he might just sneeze and have her die. All because I cast the wrong fucking spell first. Go ahead and get a regular cure out to top up the damage that has been done. Antarctic Wind. I'm just giving up on you using Cura yourself. Because I feel like we keep getting close to killing him, so just hitting him harder should work better. The other side of the coin being, we could try hitting him with weaker things first, and then hammer him with everything we have at that point to kind of like dodge the thresholds. But I don't know where the threshold is, so that doesn't work. Yes. Considering the situation, I am going to do that. Because Refia ideally needs to stay on her feet for us to win this. At least until she's out of Blizzaras. Once she's out of Blizzaras, it becomes much more negotiable for her to survive. Okay. That's fine. That is an outcome I can live with. Honestly, if anything, Luneth is the one I'm happiest to see him attack. Because now that both Antarctic Winds have been used, Luneth contributes the least to this situation. Based on how your output has been up to this point, just heal Luneth, even though Luneth is not the most useful member of this party. He does still hit harder physically than you do, which is just tragedy in and of itself. You give him the chopping. You keep on with the Blizzaras. It's fine. 2 bites. That's fine. Arc can take it. I am waiting constantly right now for the flash to suddenly happen and to be simultaneously so happy and so angry. Yes, nobody's in death range outside of a double, so go ahead and attack. Luneth's in death range from a fire breath, but there's not anything to save Luneth for that, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Please actually get your last Blizzara off. Yep. This is how close I've been the entire time. He was literally within a hit every fucking time. This is why I was like, I don't feel like I need to grind. I feel like I've just been getting unlucky. All it took was him not beating the shit out of me with Fire Breath, and the fight's a piece of piss. Literally, that Fire Breath was the entire problem. You defeated Gutsko. You obtained the Horns of Ice. Literally just the Fire Breath. The Fire Breath was the whole problem. That must be the Fire Crystal. Warriors of the Light, what took you so long? I will bless you with the light contained within my eternal flames. Bringers of equilibrium, you must restore the light of hope lost from this world. Like, I understand that it's a ridiculous statement to make, but it's true. Literally, all it takes is him not spamming an area attack that does over 200 damage for the fight to be very different. Okay, so we've gained Knight, Scholar, Geomancer, and Ranger. I don't know why the order is weird here. You would think the new jobs would all be at the bottom, but Thief, for some reason, is flipped with Ranger, and that's gonna bug me. That's gonna bug the shit out of me. Why is this flipped? You can't even say that it's alphabetical or anything. There is no rhyme or reason to the order these are in. Unless it's specifically because of the job that's missing? No, they're in the same layout with Monk missing as well. And the same layout with Black Mage missing. Why is Thief down there and Ranger up there? Why is this a thing? Looked like there was something back here too. Yeah, this is the exit. Like, this is why I get frustrated when I do the same fight a dozen times and then eventually win. Is the problem with this situation is, I don't feel like I did anything different. And I can't even say that I leveled much. We just happened to win that time. And that's what makes it annoying. But I tell you what I'm gonna do. We're gonna sail over here back to the dwarf place. Yeah, Discord basically exists on literally everything. It's kind of absurd. Though the homebrew scene does fascinating things as well, just in general. But here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna make a bunch of people into the new jobs, not necessarily intending to keep them on those, but just so you guys get to see what the descriptions for these are. I'm so used to the... I am so used to the Final Fantasy Tactics Geomancer that I was not expecting the parka, essentially, here. I mean, it might be more of a kimono type thing with the ribbon on the back. I don't really know. But actually... Oh wow, 10 battles for Ranger? Jesus Christ. Let's have you learn what Scholar is in this reality. So I'm assuming that might end up being more of a healer deal. And you will demonstrate Geomancer. Again, not keeping them all on these new jobs. It depends on what these jobs do, whether they will stick to them. Like, Ingus might stay Knight. Knight might be the thing we do actually make use of. because that will fit the role I had for him well, potentially. Let's find out what these jobs actually mean. Because I assume that's why this guy's here, is to teach you about the new jobs. Rangers are experts in ranged combat, it's in the name. With their bows, they can attack for full damage even from the back line. Their barrage ability allows them to unleash a hail of projectiles at the enemy. Knights take pride in their high defense. Their defend ability allows them to step in and take damage for weakened allies. That's useful. That is what the knights have in later games as well. That's why I assumed making Ingus a knight would actually matter. He'll be able to protect people that are dying. Unlike the warrior, who seems to have no seeming tank purpose at all. And they can use white magic too. Beautiful. That's perfect. You are staying in knighting as your new purpose in life is be the metal man in front of everyone. The scholars can examine enemies and spot their weak points. They can also enhance the effects of items they use. They can dispel magic effects from enemies they've studied. Surprisingly enough, these bookworms can also use magic. Geomancers harness the power of nature itself, manifested in different terrain attacks. Their damage potential rises exponentially by job level. Okay, that's all as they usually work in later games, though Scholar's a little bit different. And that's what I was afraid of, is Scholar uses white magic, not black magic. So Refia's not staying a Scholar, even though that look really does work for her. She might end up going back just pure black mage, because we don't have any other means of continuing to use our black magic, it looks like. Unfortunately, there's still going to be a massive job adjustment phase, because God forbid you go back to the thing you were just using and not have there be an adjustment phase. Geomancer, I don't know if I would use. I feel like Arc is going to end up Scholar. The job description guide just literally said they can use magic. Unless that's a change between the... No, they can still use white magic. See, it's right there. That's probably a change between the original and the remake. Yeah. This is why I was saying that I think there are going to be a difference. I was not telling you you're wrong, but it does help to add the context to sentences. Yeah, we'll get rid of all of his black magic, because clearly he wasn't getting enough use out of it anyway, and he'll be our Scholar. Because it's also very fitting for him with how he's been described and how he's been presented in the game anyway. Ingus, obviously, like I said, is going to be our knight. He will be the wall by which things are prevented from eating everyone. Luneth is a complicated situation. Because I don't think I want him to be a ranger, because I will have too many people that are technically back rank if I have him be a ranger. But I don't know if I want to keep him as a monk forever either. I could try out Geomancer. It depends on what Geomancers can work with. But I'm willing to consider that option. But I think this might end up being our party layout, potentially? Oh, you... No, you can only wear robes. That's not gonna be something Luneth can do, then. Luneth might have to stay monk, then. Or go back to Thief, one of the two. I'm just worried about Monk at this point because of the elemental damage that Luneth was getting shredded by. I have a suspicion that monks are going to have a weakness to that the whole time. And that's a problem. I don't really have a reason to have 2 knights, particularly, because I feel like that's going to actually be a massive disadvantage in some regards. I think just with this job layout we got, either he stays a monk or he pivots to red mage. Which I know it seems stupid to have Ingus have gained levels of red mage and then not use those levels and instead have someone else pick up red mage. But I'm trying to figure out what Luneth's path in life is right now, and it's a problem. But I think for now I'll put him back on monk, and he will be put in the figure it out later bin for the time being. Much like Refia's kind of in the figure it out pool. And it's probably better to split the people that are changing to new jobs anyway, so that we don't have the whole party be massively weakened. But in terms of fixing Ark's magic and everything, I will do that in between sessions. Though, really, I think that's all we can get white magic-wise right now anyway. So I don't think it matters that much. And Ingus doesn't really have to change. He already has what he needs to know. And there's going to be a world in which he ends up changing again, so I might just keep him with the attack spells. So, give me Poisona. We'll give Poisona to Ingus. He's far more likely to use it than anybody else. And for the moment, we'll actually just store these spells on you. Because if I do pivot Luneth to Red Mage, have an armored caster again, he's gonna want those spells anyway. Does that logic make sense? I feel like that logic makes enough sense. The problem's gonna come from the fact that there's gonna be a lot of gear we're gonna be getting that might potentially not be useful. Is if I remove the monk, for example, any monk items we get going forward are going to be useless. Which does mean more money, but it also means gaps in our scaling, which is what I'm worried about. And I'm talking through the logic here, intending to get feedback. So, genuinely, let me know what you think there. Do you think this party composition will work? Is logically it should work. Is you have the durable frontliner, you have a secondary for the front, you have the healer and the scholar, and obviously the black mage is still a black mage. So the logic is sound. So it was talking about front row and back row, and when I tried to... Oh, that's how it works. That's why back row wasn't working for me before. I didn't think it was a click them twice, so I was a little confused when it wasn't working before. That's what I'm figuring, is there's enough healing by having two people capable of healing. Yeah, because it's easy to think that this is just, oh, you move them up and down the line, not, oh, it also moves them forward and backward. Is the only time back row was mentioned, actually, I think, was the ranger discussion right there. So how am I to know that there's even a concept of a back rank in this game? Obviously, the little dark spot next to their portrait could be construed as a clue, but that could go either way a bit in my mind. I am using all my snoozes, by the way, because we're getting ready to end. I'm just getting these thoughts out first while we prepare to end. So yeah, that would have made a big difference for her not just getting eaten. It wouldn't have saved her from the Fire Breath. I would assume Fire Breath does the same damage front and back rank. If it doesn't, that's weird, but that could be a thing. It still would not have solved the massive turn priority loss of half the party getting wiped with the Fire Breath anyway. It does make me curious why Refia was not getting targeted 90% of the rest of the time. Like, that was why I didn't really think about it that much, is most things just never targeted her. And she has, ironically enough, the highest hit points in the party. She has the worst defense but highest hit points. Which remains such a fucking weird thing. Yeah, my biggest concern is trying to make sure the whole party remains useful. And I'm scared that there are going to be situations where at least one member of this party is once again going to be completely useless. But short of making everybody the same thing or something along those lines, I don't know how to make sure everyone would stay useful. As mentioned, I cannot make Luneth a ranger at this point. Not without giving up the primary reason for Luneth to be a ranger, which would be being able to be... Oh, I'm gonna need to go buy more mage robes as well, because we only have the one set of mage robes. So that's gonna be an issue. You're outfitted. Let's get you your stuff back. I'm obviously not going to do all the walking and such right now. I just wanted to make sure the re-equipping was done so I didn't get everyone killed trying to get to any of the towns. Is everybody be walking around with no armor on? But yeah, we're gonna stop now, in part because, like I said, I'm gonna do the grinding to get their job levels caught up. And y'all don't need to see that. And as kind of a mental reset for me, because I do think the aggravation from this moment is going to impact the rest of what we do today too much to make it a good idea to keep going right now. Because I feel like it will taint the experience with the rest of what we end up doing. Not all of it, obviously, but it would have an impact. So it would be better to just have a full reset, come back to this next week in a better frame of mind. Which obviously there is an impact from external factors as well. That does not help, but that's neither here nor there. I am torn between a couple options here, so let me have a look at what each of these are doing and how long they've been going. Okay, they're literally just starting, so yeah, we'll go over there because they're in the middle of their early just chatting segment, so that's perfect. We will go support a relatively new friend of the channel playing something that you are going to see again on this channel before too long, actually. So, we'll go OC Oriana's Arcana, who's going to be playing Far Far West once they're done with their early on just chatting. Now, the reason I mention that you're going to see that again is here on Thursday, we will be playing more Far Far West with Melon, Mush, and Maddie. And then Friday, we'll be playing Pratfall with Voila and Melon. Saturday, we obviously go back to the Archipelago. And I didn't say it, but you can safely assume tomorrow will be Dark Souls 2. Don't be surprised if I end up in a similar mood at some point tomorrow, too. But I'm going to try my best to stay in a positive mood. There's just been external aggravating things, such as a scummy website taking a bunch of streamers' audio and making AI chatbots out of it, myself included. Thankfully, that's been taken down at this point. But I have still been very agitated over that whole situation since that happened yesterday. But I'm not going to get into that in detail since, like I said, mine's been taken down already and the site itself is coming under fire enough that it probably will not exist for long. So, it is what it is. That's why I'm just dropping that here at the end, and we'll just move on from there. But that is one of the external factors. That and some sleep last night, and a handful of other things I'm not going to get into here, basically. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. I know that's a bit of a vibe whiplash there, but that's the way my brain bounces around sometimes. Like I said, we're going to go see Ori, who's going to be playing Far Far West. Ori has been a very good friend of the channel in the short time I've known them. Another one I met on Myoshi, and we hit it off pretty well. You will probably be seeing them in a Gremlin collab at some point. We've just been trying to figure out what to do and when to do it, basically. So that will be a thing at some point. Who knows when, who knows what. But either way, be good to them, and I will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Take care.